Special concern for the fire.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If everyone could take their seats. At this time, I would like to call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Meridian Planning and Zoning Commission on April 18th, 2019. Let's begin with roll call.
Commissioner Holland?
Here.
Commissioner Casanelli?
Here.
Madam Chair Grow?
Here.
Commissioner McCardle?
Here.
Commissioner Olson? Here. Commissioner Fitzgerald? Here. Commissioner Seal is absent.
Thank you. Next is the adoption of the agenda. Could I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Madam Chair, so moved.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have item A, which is the approval of minutes for the meeting of April 4th, 2019 Planning and Zoning Commission. And B, the findings of fact, conclusions of law for Real Life Church H20190004. Could I get a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, so moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 None opposed. Motion carries. At this time, I would like to briefly explain the public hearing process for this evening. We will open each item individually and then start with the staff report. The staff will report their findings regarding how the items adhere to our comprehensive plan and uniform development code with the staff's recommendations. After the staff has made their presentation, the applicant will come forward to present their case for the approval of their application and respond to any staff comments. The applicant will have 15 minutes to do so. After the applicant has finished, we will open to public testimony. There is an iPad in the back for you to sign up if you wish to testify. Any person testifying will come forward and be allowed 3 minutes. If someone is here speaking for a larger group, and like a homeowners association, and there is a show of hands to represent that group, then they will be given up to 10 minutes. After all testimony has been heard, the applicant will be given another 10 minutes to have an opportunity to come back and respond if they choose to do so. We will then close the public hearing, and the commissioners will have the opportunity to discuss and hopefully make a recommendation to City Council. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing that was continued from March 21st, 2019 for Pollard Subdivision H20190021. Let's begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Did you want me to go through the whole presentation that I went through last time, or did you just want to go forward and hear from the applicant and their proposed changes?
How many commissioners were here at that meeting? So I think it would be a good idea to go through it for the commissioners that weren't.
All right. So next applications are a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This project was continued from the March 21st meeting in order for the commission to have adequate time to review the ACHD report and for the applicant to submit a revised concept plan consistent with the bulleted items in section 8 of the staff report. The applicant has done so, and staff will be showing that tonight. This property consists of 71.3 acres of land. It's owned RUT in Ada County and is located on the north side of West Chinden Boulevard and State Highway 2026. Adjacent land use and zoning to the north are rural residential properties zoned RUT in Ada County. To the east are future single-family residential homes zoned R8. To the south is West Chinden Boulevard and single-family residential homes and agricultural land, and a landscape nursery zoned RUT in Ada County. And to the west is Research and Development Park, where Stud Sensors is currently located, and that is a light industry use zone M1. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for this property is a combination of medium-density residential, which calls for 3 to 8 units per acre, mixed-use interchange, and mixed-use community. And the future land use map shown here on your left depicts how much of each of those areas there are. The applicant is requesting annexation and zoning of 77.33 acres of land with R8 zoning, which consists of 21.95 acres, CG zoning, which consists of 55.38 acres, consistent with the associated future land use map designations. A concept site plan was submitted. This is the original concept plan that was submitted with the application that was shown at the last hearing, and then since that time, the applicant has submitted a revised plan as shown. The proposed development will be anchored by a medical campus consisting of a 95,000 square foot medical office building, which will eventually include a surgical center, freestanding emergency department, and a 50-bed hospital. 48,000 square foot professional office buildings are proposed. Actually, I am showing an old site plan here. Just 1 second. Oh, excuse me just one moment. I think just a second here. Sorry, commissioners. All right, there we go. So again, for professional office buildings, those are those located over here at the southeast corner of the site. 2 buildings with 72,000 square foot of flex office space, and those are right here on the eastern portion of the development, central to the development, which are also anticipated to house a police substation here where the green circle is. Retail with a convenience store, that is right here. And multi-tenant retail and office, a health club, 34 conventional single-family residential homes, 40 single-family residential independent living homes, and an 88-bed assisted living facility. The assisted living facility is right here on the north end. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 75 building lots, 7 common lots, and 4 other lots consisting of 2 private streets, 1 common driveway, and 1 future right-of-way lot on 71.3 acres of land. The plat is proposed to develop in 3 phases, as shown on the phasing plan. 1 full access is proposed via Levi Lane, a collector street from State Highway 2026. And that is let me go back to the site plan here. That is the main road in here. A traffic signal with an emergency vehicle preemption will be required at the Levi State Highway 2026 intersection. An east-west collector street, Waverton Drive, and that is this one right here, will provide access from the east via Black Cat Road through Fairborn subdivision and will intersect with Levi Lane in accord with the master street map, and extend to the west to Pollard Lane, providing access to the Franklin Sensors property and the rural residential properties to the north on the rim, and will serve as a backage road, providing access to all properties fronting the state highway in this area. This street will replace the east-west street that lies approximately 530 feet to the south of the proposed location that currently aligns with the driveway into the Franklin Sensors property. This neighbor is against the proposed relocation of the street to the north. There are 2 private stub streets, Schwenkfelder and Restucci lanes, that are proposed to the north boundary for access to the rural residential properties from Old School Lane to the north and/or for future access to those properties upon redevelopment. Staff and ACHD are requiring these 2 stub streets to be public and not private. Pollard Lane abutting the west boundary of the site, north of the existing driveway to the Franklin Sensors property, is required to be improved as half of a 40-foot street section with curb gutter and sidewalk. A 35-foot wide street buffer is required along State Highway 2026 with a 10-foot wide multi-use pathway. A 25-foot wide landscape buffer is adjoining, to adjoining residential uses is required along the east boundary of the commercial portion of the site. Qualified open space and site amenities are proposed within the residential portion of the development in accord with UDC standards. A pedestrian circulation plan was submitted, as shown, that provides pedestrian interconnectivity within the site and to the main building entrances in the commercial development. Public plaza areas are also depicted on the plan as required in the mixed-use designated areas. Staff recommends more central connected plaza and outdoor gathering areas are planned adjacent to buildings with development of each commercial area. Those depicted on the site plan do not all qualify toward the minimum requirements. Some do. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the hospital, the medical office buildings, FlexTex buildings, and the assisted living facility and single-family residential attached and detached homes. A little bit behind here on my pictures, sorry about that. Written testimony has been received from Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation, in response to the staff report. They are in agreement with staff's recommended conditions. Staff is recommending the following items addressed in the applicant's response be modified, and that is already reflected in your revised staff report. Item number 2C, depict a 20-foot wide common lot, and the applicant would like to add or permanent dedicated buffer for the street buffer along Waverton Drive on Lot 24, Block 1, in accord with UDC 113B7 2B. And this language is consistent with code, and staff is amenable to that. And then condition number 6, submit a detail of the children's play equipment. The applicant would like added with the applicable residential final plat. Staff's okay with that change. Staff's recommending approval of the proposed zoning and development as it's consistent with the UDC and the comprehensive plan. The Public Works Department did have one change to condition number 1.2 that they'd like to add. And this is a requirement for the lift station to be located at the northwest corner of this site rather than on the adjacent property to the west. They would like to add the size for that area to be 50-foot by 120-foot parcel. And that is all staff has in my presentation. Do you have questions?
Thank you, Sonia. Does that, that last section, is that already modified in the revised staff report, or do we need to include that in a?
I do not believe it was included.
Okay.
Just add that in your final recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli?
Sonia, on the portion that's the medium density residential to the north, does a assisted living facility, does that fit within the guidelines of MDR?
Yes.
Does? Thank you.
Okay. So it's my understanding that we have Chief Niemeyer here from the Meridian Fire Department who'd like to speak to the, before the applicant makes their presentation.
Madam
Welcome.
Chair, members of the commission, good evening. Thank you. Sonia asked that we come and address any concerns the commission may have about response times to this area for both fire and EMS response. So we have Station 5 as our closest fire station to this proposed development. We have a 5-minute goal on any time-sensitive, life-threatening emergency. So a structure fire, a heart attack, a cardiac arrest, et cetera, there's a pretty good list of that. Station 5 is within that 5-minute travel time. So we do have a fire station that can service this area within 5 minutes. We do have, that station is reliable about 85% of the time, meaning right now, today, about 15% of the time they're out on other calls. Station 2 is our next closest station in this development. That's off 10 Mile. They're about 8 minutes away. To getting to this location. It is worth noting, though, with the commercial development, they'll have sprinklers in those commercial developments. We're satisfied with that requirement. We do have a future fire station planned in the northwest corner, somewhere around Owyhee High School possibly. So we will be adding another fire station in that location. From an EMS response, we have 2 ambulances in the area that can service this location from Ada County paramedics. One is in Star near Highway 16, and the other is on Ustick Road. So we have pretty adequate medical coverage to this location as well. So I'm here certainly to answer any questions you may have. And again, thank you for the work you do and considering the fire department in your deliberations.
Thank you very much for being here this evening. Any questions?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Casanelli?
I definitely had questions last time, and perhaps why Sonia brought you out. On your report, under item number 5, for specialty resources, aerial devices, and I don't know if hazmat. So both of those were concerns, and it said that you cannot meet the current needs there.
Yeah, so we have an aerial device, our ladder truck. It's that big, nice, good-looking ladder truck that you see in town. The ladder truck's primary role is for commercial fires. We do use it for residential fires as well, but our primary role is for commercial fires or commercial rescue from tall buildings. The goal to get that apparatus on scene to anywhere in our jurisdiction right now is 12 minutes. So we can meet that 12 minutes barely, but we can meet it. We do have a second ladder truck plan in our budget, so we'll be adding another resource to that. If for some reason ours is out of service, our next closest ladder truck that comes in under a mutual aid system is Eagle. So that is for your information only. I certainly, from my standpoint as the fire chief, wouldn't use that to approve or deny. It's an awareness that that does take a little bit longer to get there. Right now, that ladder truck is housed at our station on Franklin Road. We try and centralize that. So we have that challenge throughout our response area. We cover both the city limits as well as a fire district out to the boundaries. With regards to hazmat, the hazmat team is a regional team to the state of Idaho, and so our hazmat team in Ada County is the Boise Fire Department. So that's always going to be a delay for us, but it's a regional resource provided by the state of Idaho.
Madam Chair, follow-up question.
Commissioner Casanelli?
From Station 5, which is currently the closest, as we're getting more and more growth, are their resources continue to be, are they being stretched thinner and thinner? Is there a concern about the response from Station 5?
Right now, today, and in probably the next 2 to 3 years, I would say no. Our reliability rate is, like I mentioned, 85%. As a department, we get into the planning process when that starts dipping down into about 78%. So we have a metric that we use to articulate when we're concerned and needing to add more stations, more apparatus. So 70% is our lowest threshold. When a station is 30% of the time unavailable because they're running calls, that's the busyness factor you're alluding to. That's when we work with our city council to add a future station.
Any additional questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Holland?
thank you for being here too. We really
Absolutely.
appreciate it. You mentioned there was a plan for another future fire station. Do you have any indication of what the timeframe might look like for when that's coming in?
I don't. I get asked that by the city council. It's dependent upon, we have locations set aside or planned for 2 more fire stations in the probably near future, the way that we're growing. It's a matter of which one comes first. So we have one in the south, and we have one in the northwest corner. Which one's going to come first, we don't know yet. That'll be on population growth and demand. We have some metrics that we use to determine which one's next, but there's plans for both of those. And the way we're growing, I would say that's probably in the near future.
Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Casanelli?
unless anybody else has a question, I've got one final one. I promise it'll be the final.
That's okay.
Final
I'm
one.
used to this.
And again, thank you for me too for being here. So, in a nutshell, do you have concerns about the response time? Because it seemed from reading the report that there were concerns and that it said cannot meet certain response times. But do you feel, is there a concern from the department standpoint to meeting the needs here? And I would imagine with an assisted living facility, there might be occasional calls and trips out there.
Yeah, so we did a further analysis with our GIS team for the city, and we're able to more accurately map out the response time. Travel time is what we're talking about. So travel time for us is the tones go off, our wheels roll out the door, and we get on scene. That's what we allude to. We can get to this development within 5 minutes from Station 5. On the medical side with the assisted living, that does generate calls for fire and EMS. And so we looked at the Ada County paramedic station locations to make sure they were within an adequate timeframe as well. Their timeframe is 9 minutes to get on scene. The ambulances are a little bit more spread out throughout the county. I work with the director of Ada County Paramedics on this issue, and he was comfortable with this development as far as ambulance coverage to this development as well. So at this point in time, we don't have concerns.
Great, thank you.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, would the applicant please come forward?
Madam Chair, Commission members, Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation, 12601 West Explorer Drive, for another week, and then we will be Meridian residents. Just a comment before a brief presentation, and my presentation is strictly a follow-up to what has happened since the last hearing. But I would just note that the hospital complex must go through a conditional use approval in the future. So there's another opportunity to look seriously at all of the issues of concern, but we're grateful for the update provided by the fire department this evening. Since March 21st, the initial hearing on this project, the project has been reviewed and approved by the Ada County Highway District Commission. They considered the traffic impact study that dealt with not only access issues, but also queuing, intersect spacing, all of the concerns that would be applicable to good circulation within this project area and its relationship to projects to the east and to the west. They considered staff report reviews and the recommendation for staff and public testimony, including the old school neighbors to the north and Franklin sensors. And following all of that, they approved the project as recommended. With the circulation system, as noted, there are collector systems. Levi and Waverton to the east of Levi are designated as collector roadways. Waverton to the west of Levi Lane is designated as a commercial street intersecting with Pollard, which they will designate and require construction to an industrial section of a 41-foot street section. There are some other elements to the goldenrod streets to the north are all local street standards. As Sonia noted, Waverton is essentially a collector roadway, and by the way, the distinction between commercial and collector, the roadway section is the same. It doesn't change by that designation, which is an ACHD tab. But Waverton is a backage street that will connect Pollard to not only a signal at Levi, and soon to a signal at Black Cat, and then on easterly to a signal at Tree Farm Way. The system, with its recommended intersection spacing and queuing, all meet ACHD standards and requirements, and hence the approval of the commission on April 10th. There were two minor tweaks to the preliminary plat that was before the commission. One to the northwest part, the blue box, that Tree Crest Street will extend to Pollard as their requirement, and then the two public stub streets in the green boxes will both be, originally they were recommended or requested to be private because they do connect to a private street, but they were required to be and recommended by your staff as well to be public. They will be public. So those street stubs, along with all utilities, will be provided to the old school neighborhood to the north, as illustrated in this particular graphic. I would note that the neighbors on Old School, we've been working with them for 5 years on all of these issues, and they have been supportive not only here, at the previous hearing, but also at the Ada County Highway District Commission hearing. They came and supported the project. They encouraged approval, which the ACHD Commission did. The second series of actions that have been taken since March 21st were in response to 5 bulleted items that the staff had presented to you in the staff recommendation at that hearing. And the following slides will illustrate what we have done. And Sonia's already commented a little bit about these. The first bulleted item referred to public and quasi-public spaces. We did submit, and Sonia had up on the screen, a graphic that showed all of the pedestrian circulation, proposed gathering places and plazas. And so what we've done is, even though Sonia did note that they were probably not as central as they would like them to be, and on page 41 of the staff report proposals that more central areas be provided through the conditional use process applicable to the highway, to the hospital complex to the west of Levi, and to both the Tech Flex and office complexes to the east. So you can see by this graphic that there will be a conditional use process with the hospital that will enable consideration of how outdoor gathering and public spaces could be integrated into that facility. And then within the Tech Flex area, as noted, there is a proposed police substation, and so there will be some elements that we will develop around that that would again be public in character. So the staff report and recommendation, which we do support, both note how we will deal with these both at the conditional use and the CZC and design review process in the future. The second and third bulleted items were concerning the office building to the east. And so I have an inset on the new site plan, the prior concept that showed a separation from the property line of approximately 90 feet from the boundary to the building. It's interesting that we were over parked, and so as we started looking at the placement of that building, it became apparent that we also had the ability to add a building, but we have pulled that building back to a minimum of 160 feet from the property line. But at the same time, the Fairborn subdivision, through a requirement of the city, is now putting in a 20-foot common lot at the rear of the residential parcels that they are constructing on the east side of our boundary. So you have not only the 160 feet that includes a 25-foot landscape buffer at the property line on our side of that boundary, but also an additional 20 feet of landscape common area on the east side. So the 160 feet in reality becomes 180, and then of course the lots beyond that with some additional setback to the residential units there. The fourth bullet concerned the location of a permanent sewer lift station. Initially, in fact, I would just note that the city's sewer master plan actually calls for that lift station to be on the property to the west of Pollard Lane. Because we are bringing the project forward at this point, we have been requested to put it on our property, which we will do. And so that red box on the northwest corner of the site is where the lift station will be located. They've asked for a 50 by 120 foot parcel. It will be finessed to get there. We're not there because we haven't really designed it yet. So that will be accommodated. And I used this slide to just look at condition A2G, which we have no disagreement with, but it just was a question of how future access would be provided to that out parcel on the southeast corner of the project. And there are two ways, depending on what happens with that property and how it might be integrated or used in the future, but there are two cross-access opportunities to provide access so that they don't have any limitation in what can happen there, because they certainly will never get an access to Chinden when it's finally and fully improved. The fifth bullet concerned the screening of the flex roll-up doors. There's a provision in the ordinance that says that you can't see those, or can't be seen from a public street. And so what we've done in this particular case, candidly noting that there is one intersection that somebody driving through might catch a temporary glimpse of a roll-up door, but we have moved the buildings further to the south. We have put additional buffering space so that it gives us the opportunity to pitch up a berm with a fence at the top of that berm and probably some type of a retaining wall on the inside to get elevation, so that in fact those roll-up doors will be screened. And again, staff has recommended that this be addressed specifically at the CZC design review stage of the process. But there will be a berm, a fence, and landscaping that will provide the type of buffering mitigation that's required. Finally, to conclude my presentation, there was a request and encouragement by the commission that there be conversations with Franklin Sensors on providing access potentially through the hospital site on some service roads to their location. That was a concept that they had encouraged in their presentations. There has been significant progress, but no conclusion. We still will be continuing to work on that, but through the meetings that have been held between the developer of the hospital medical complex, and that's Ball Ventures, Alquist, and Franklin Sensors, it does open the door for the opportunity between those two private parties to come to a license agreement arrangement that would allow their service vehicles, and that seemed to be their primary concern, is how their trucks would get in and out without having to go all the way up and through and around. That negotiation process and discussion is still ongoing. We expect resolution on that by the time we get to City Council, but it's really not an issue at this point. It's a conditional use issue when the hospital comes in to play for a specific construction project. But it will be a private party agreement. The Ada County Highway District Commission heard those concerns. They saw the options, and they made their decision based on the fact that the circulation system for the public streets within the project meet all of their requirements, including intersection spacing, driveway access spacing, and queuing requirements for traffic in and out of that site. And so with all of that consideration, the project was approved by the commission. Given the fact that ACHD has reviewed and approved the project, and that efforts to address the staff report issues have been provided through an updated site plan, with acknowledgement that there will still be steps through the conditions of approval, a development agreement, conditional use, CZC, and design review. We note our agreement with the staff recommendation and the conditions and those two or three tweaks that Sonia has brought to your attention this evening. And thus we request that this commission concur and forward a recommendation for approval to the council for annexation with CG and R8 zoning and preliminary plat approval as conditioned. And I would certainly stand for your questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Holland?
if you could go back to the map that you showed, I just have one quick question on the circulation plan. The one with the road names, if possible.
Okay, let me go clear back here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Where Levi connects to Waverton, you've got that yellow line that's kind of diagonal there. Is that
Yes.
showing a?
That's simply to distinguish between ACHD's designation of a commercial street to the west and a collector street to the east. And as I noted, though, it's the same 36-foot back-to-back section, so I'm not sure why they didn't make the distinction, but it's theirs to make.
Got it. One more follow-up question. What's the intersection going to look like there? Because if you do have truck traffic coming up Levi and turning left on Waverton, is there going to be some sort of signal intersection to help with that traffic?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Holland, I don't expect that there will be a signal. There will certainly be some stop controls so that that traffic can move safely. The radii of those intersections, because of the commercial designations and so forth, will meet whatever truck turning requirements there are. And because we know that business park to the west of Pollard is going to have a lot of additional traffic in the future, that will all be accommodated. And that's why I believe ACHD made that distinction for Waverton as commercial to the west and Pollard as industrial.
One more follow-up question, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
On Waverton, for the commercial section of it, is there going to be any additional buffering for the residential that's there if there's going to be more truck traffic kind of on that roadway?
That's a good question, Madam Chair and Commissioner Holland. We haven't gotten down to the hard design of that yet. We expect that to be in the third phase of the project, so we'll have a pretty good knowledge of the needs before we get down to the design. Certainly we show, I think, currently, I believe it's 20, but it may be 25, but we will have, and the site plan doesn't show this, but these are all detached sidewalks with 8-foot planter strips, sidewalk, and then the buffers beyond that. So there's an extensive amount of landscape elements and trees and so forth that will be provided to help screen.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? So I would guess you've been in conversation with the developers of Fairborn subdivision. Have they given an indication of when their section of Waverton might be completed onto Black Cat?
That's a question I would have to have one of my colleagues answer. I have not had that, but
Please do.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is John Wardle, 12601 West Explorer Drive. We have been in contact with Fairborn. That extension of Waverton is actually part of their first phase plans. Their plans are in for approval now, and talking with them, they're just waiting for an approval to come out, and they will start construction on that this summer. So our goal is to connect with them concurrent with their development.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any more questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
Mr. Wardle, in regards to Tree Crest and where the lift station is going to go, I mean, are you losing lots, readjusting? What's the plan, bringing that piece into play?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fitzgerald, no, we won't be losing lots. There's a little bit of flex area in that assisted living, some room. If we needed to do a little bit of shifting, we can. So we won't lose anything. It's just have to figure out exactly how. I'm not sure that when we get down to the hard design that whether that 50 by 120 foot is an absolute requirement, because that parcel will also have direct access to Pollard, which means that they're not going to have to approach it from an interior perspective. So we'll work out that detail, but I don't expect any loss.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Holland?
I have one more question. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you for going through the items that we requested you to come back with some more information on. Just to clarify, is there anything specific on those that you wanted us to address as changes for the staff report? Were there any specific requests we would need that you're asking us to include in a motion tonight?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Holland, good question, but no. The only two items that were really, Sonia has already addressed, they were actually on the table at the prior hearing as well. So with those, they were very, very minor, but just a clarification. For instance, one of the conditions, and I don't remember exactly which one it was, called for a common lot across the front of the assisted living facility. Well, we don't need a common lot because they will own and maintain their own landscaping buffer. So we have to have a designated landscape buffer, but we just didn't need a common lot. So it was a very simple tweak of language, but no, there are no conditions that require additional action or consideration.
Okay, Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask the staff real quick a question?
Yes.
So Sonia, do we, what Mr. Wardle just mentioned, are those additional things you brought up, saying the staff is amenable to those, are they in the staff report, or do we need to add that to our motions?
Chairman, Commissioner Fitzgerald, the items that I mentioned are items that you need to add to the staff report.
Is 2C and 6, or number 6?
Yeah, and Public Works Condition 1.2.
So those 3 things.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will take public testimony. Is anyone signed up to testify?
Madam Chair, yes, we have several. First, Davis Dorough.
Okay, please come forward. Just a reminder, each person giving testimony has 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
David DeRoe, 6675 North Pollard Lane, Meridian, Idaho. Is it possible that I could take 3 minutes from each of 2 different people that are here?
I'm sorry.
Could I borrow 3 minutes from each of 2 different people that are here?
Okay, could you raise your hands again, please? Are all of you willing to give up your time?
Oh, just Jacob and Lucretia. Jacob Thomas and Lucretia Wilson.
Just for clarification, is each individual willing to give up your time? Yes. None of you want to testify?
Just 2 of them. There's just 2 of them. Just Jacob and Lucretia.
Okay, so you're not. Okay, so how many hands did we have again?
The 2 of us are yielding.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, just to kind of a little, I'm not going to go into quite as much detail as last time, but a little detail on what we are. This is Meridian Research Park. This is our vision. It'll be an upscale office building. This is directly west of the development we're talking about. It'll be about 100,000 square feet of Class A office space. An office space about 500 employees. We really wanted this to be a community asset. Our goal is to make this be very upscale and be a very attractive place for businesses to be. And we did a lot of things to try and do that. Here's a picture. Oops, if I can make this work. A picture of the first building. This is our building. It's actually we did design it. A lot of buildings will have an office will have 4-foot windows. Those windows are 10 feet tall. We wanted it big. We wanted it grand. We wanted to make a really nice asset to the community. That was we had nice features. We made our put a big island. We had wide traffic circulation aisles. We really wanted to make this be very nice. Kind of a history of what's happened with the road alignment for us. The yellow right there shows the alignment when we purchased the property. That was set in April 2013 with the IDT, with the arrival of Highway 16. And so when we went through our zoning, we lined our building up with it. We lined our whole complex up with it. We wanted it to be nice. The nicest alignment is nice straight in. Shortly after we got our zoning approval, the proposed alignment got changed to the red line. There was a proposal by Brighton. It was going through their land. There was a deal with ITD to build this road, and they said, well, we really want the road here. We resisted at first, but they were quite adamant this is where the road needed to be. And we ultimately agreed, and we went along and said, well, we can just go through our zoning process again. So we time out, we stopped, went back, went through zoning again, and got our zoning approved. And then a few months later, we went through the process of trying to get everything ready to go in production, ready to build, and then the road got built without any notification of us what was going on. The road actually got built in the 3rd location. So now we've said, well, what do we do now? Well, at least the road's built. At least we know the road is built. That's where the road is going to be forever. That's the permanent location. We went through zoning a 3rd time, so we could have everything done right. We wanted everything done right, and now the building got built a few months later, and we've been in it for about a year. And now we have a fourth alignment. Now we can't change, which they want to put it now where the green line is. And we really wanted this done right, and we really aren't in a position to change anymore because it's already built. And it's just a I know there's probably hundreds, over 100 places in Ada County that have a similar situation. This is one near where I live. This is actually a Brighton development, where there's kind of what Brighton calls a leapfrog development, where the development happens away from the public road. There ends up being a road that goes through there, and if you were to live down in Paramount subdivision, and you understand that to be your access road, and you understand that was what it was going to be, and if later on some developer came along and said, I want to put a hospital right there, make my access a little better if I put my building right there. and you guys can all drive around that red road. I think that would be pretty disturbing to a lot of people. I think you would have this whole room full and all that full of people opposing that, and I would hope that this would never happen. This is a terrible, terrible precedent to take a road that everyone has built around and understood to be a public road, to be understood that that's going to be going to be there, and have that do. And I hope that this would not get approved either. Brighton has made the claim that, well, this is not a permanent road. This was always intended to be a changeable road, a throwaway road. And before we actually bought the property, we actually went back and got a hold of the contract. We wanted to understand what that actually was going to be. And I think I passed out some handouts that show the contract. The contract one shows this is the whole of the contract right here, and there's nothing in there that talks about how once the road's built, we can tear it up and do something else with it again. There's an addendum which has a little B in the corner. And they refer to it not as a temporary road. This is a future local road. It's going to be built. You look through here. It's going to be built. It's a future local road. It's going to be accepted by ACHD. It's going to be built to ACHD standards. There's nothing in here about this being a temporary road, or it wouldn't have been built to the higher standard of ACHD if it was just going to be something that was going to be thrown away. I'd also like to point out, and there's a C in the packet here. This is after the second realignment, and we were getting ready to build the road. This is in July of 2016. I got an email from Mike Wardle, kind of outlining what was going to happen with this road. This is from June 15th, 2016. And he sent this to ACHD, to ITD, to us, to his lawyer, to David Turnbull. He sent it to everyone that was interested in this development. And he kind of outlined what was what was happening in this road. And I circled it in red there. He talks about a permanent. There's permanent easement. There was some temporary easements because they were for construction, and there's permanent easement. He refers to this road as a permanent easement. It's a permanent place to be. He understands that this is going to be deeded to Ada County. This is not a permanent deed. It's not a temporary deed. It's not a loan. This is permanently deeded. I only know one kind of deed. When something is deeded, it becomes property of ACHD. There's no revocable note in here. On the next page, you note that this is going to be built to ACHD standard. This is going to be transferred to ACHD. This is it's all going to be built at the ACHD standard. This is what we all understood. And finally, on the third page, you can kind of see Gary Anselman reply, kind of confirming the same thing. This needs to be built to our standard, so when it becomes our road, it's built to our standard. So that's kind of what we understood. This we relied on this, and we built our subdivision, our building, in harmony with this understanding that this road would be here. One thing that's a little disturbing to me is that Brighton comes up, and despite this, they come up and say, well, it's a temporary road, it's a disposable road, we're gonna throw it away. And even at the ACHD hearing last week on April 10th, and this is kind of small print, but I just took the testimony that Brighton gave about this road, and about what they say. It's completely contrary to the contract, and completely contrary to what was agreed to and what was understood. And this is kind of disturbing, because this is the basis of ACHD. This is probably a big portion of the basis of ACHD passing this along. This is some of the comments in here, just kind of some of them bolded. ITD agreed to fund the construction of an interim road. It's not an interim road. It was never understood to be an interim road by ACHD or anybody. We always knew it was going to be reconstructed. This is not the nature of the contract. There's a lot of, we agreed that they funded it, recognizing that we were going to have to rebuild this road. That's not the nature of the contract. And it does not agree with, the contract doesn't agree with this testimony, and I'm sure this was influential in their approval. Oops. Yeah, there's a lot of ways this land can be used without having to upset this road. Here's one that was shown in the press in the fall. So it leaves the road in place. One thing that we understand about considerations for real estate development, there's some three different things I have to consider. The comprehensive plan is something that is kind of loosely followed. It's kind of there's wiggle room within the comprehensive plan. When it comes to zoning, you have a lot tighter. And with public roads, it's widely understood by everyone that public roads don't get moved unless they have a really compelling reason. When I tell people about that Meridian City is looking at uprooting a road and making this, people are like shocked. Just because they want to put a hospital there? It's really, really shocking to people. It's shocking to us that this would be proposed unless there was a really compelling reason to do so. And I can understand why that might happen. This is kind of showing the site. That red block kind of shows the site that's being talked about, and you can see that the crosshatch is mixed-use interchange. That's a slightly better fit for the hospital. Slightly better fit. But then again, this is like the comprehensive plan where you have wiggle room. And I can understand why you might want to put it there if you've been told that that's a temporary road. that it's some sort of special class of road, which is not. But if you know that's a public road, then probably to me, it makes sense to, push the hospital to the other side so you can maintain the road, which is probably something that people really cling to. I mean, and understand that it's something that's going to stay. It's something that we certainly understood that was going to stay. One thing that's interesting about this too is that once this is all, once we go through zoning, this is all zoned exactly the same. It's all zoned CG. I mean, and so why you have to put the hospital on one side or the other? Yeah, there's a lot of, when we went through our zoning with Ada County, Brighton was pretty much opposed to everything that we proposed. They made anything we proposed, they were going to oppose. We're not opposed to everything they proposed. We would be very happy if they would make this work with the existing road, and there's really good ways you could do this. I mean, the hospital complex and the business complex could be swapped. There's almost exactly equal land on either side. It would be, you could still maintain all the zoning that you need for a CG zone. It might probably be better, if you work through it, it'd probably be better access. One, you'd have a right-hand turn in the hospital. If I'm having a stroke or heart attack, I definitely want that right-hand turn. You can maintain the hospital cluster together, you group all the office buildings together, you keep more of the heavy traffic away from the residential areas, and you would optimize the flow and allow someone that relied and trusted on that road to stay there. So, in conclusion, we really wanted to do this right. We really did everything we could. We bent over backwards. We delayed our project by 11 months, getting rezoned at a tremendous cost to us, because we were in a very small space and we couldn't operate a business efficiently in that space. I mean, probably over $100,000 in loss because of inefficiencies. I could document that if that was interesting to people. But it's been understood by all parties that this is a public road, by ITD, ACHD, us, Brighton. We all understood this is a public road. And I think moving public roads without a compelling public need is a really terrible precedent. It's a really bad idea. I really think it's very aggravating to us, and I'm sure anyone that would have this happen to them when they understood it to be a public road, unless there's a really compelling public need. And there's a lot of other ways this land can be used, and I would hope that there would be some little bit of openness to looking at how we can make this work. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Olson?
when did we get this information? Just tonight?
I believe it was just this evening.
Yeah, I brought it here tonight.
Did you give a copy to the clerk so that can be uploaded for the commission to review, or for the council to review?
Yes, I have a copy.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would like to say a couple of things. One, we haven't had a chance to review this, and that would be helpful, I would imagine, for the council to get an opportunity to review this in their decision. The second thing I would say is that the road decisions are not in our purview, and so we only take them into the consideration as a whole in regard to what is in our purview, which is decisions regarding annexation and zoning and approval of the preliminary plat. So what I want to understand from you is we understand that you're not in favor of the development as it exists in its current design.
Right.
But you're not necessarily opposed to it if there was a different design. But help us understand more specifically how this negatively affects your property. And I guess it's getting lost in all the history that's being presented. I really appreciate, but what's getting lost for me is exactly the challenge that it's creating for you. And if you could just give me a couple of bullet points and help me understand that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think access is important to any business. I know, I mean, like the example I drew of that hospital, someone might put a hospital there. Well, that would make the hospital access a little bit better, because it is better. It is, I mean, a little better access does make property easier to access, easier to use. I mean, one thing I think of when someone comes up, because it's on the corner of two highways, people are going to see our building and want to get there. They're going to come up on north on Levi Lane, and they're going to want to try and go through the hospital to get there. I mean, the natural thing to do. How do I get there? They're going to, if you had a nice, clean road in there, it just adds to what the development is all about, and makes it easier to access.
Do you have quite a few consumers that come and visit your office building on a regular basis, on a daily basis?
I can answer for Meridian Research Park. I really have to answer for all of Meridian Research Park. For us, we do have visitors. We have suppliers and people. We have daily visitors. I mean, we have a handful of visitors a day. I mean, probably, people that are dealing with issues and, whatever. But yeah, but the long term, we want to think about the whole research park and what other needs will they have in the future, and what kind of traffic they will drive.
So you have concerns that not aligning access from the neighboring property will create issues with future property owners within your development?
Yeah, I mean, it's a less attractive property. If you have to, I mean, no one wants to have the office parked behind Costco or behind a hospital. You want to have the direct access. It's a more valuable property if you have a direct access.
Okay, okay. Are there any additional questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
So currently, there's a couple of emergency roads where Pollard is now, correct? And then you have the road that's curved at an angle, right? That's your guys' property. And then, but you have the full view from Highway 16 and then from Chinden, correct? Because your property runs.
Yeah, we're west of the
south.
property where, we butt up against Highway 16 and a little bit of Chinden at the bottom.
So visibility, you're not losing visibility. There's just going to be a change to the road access.
It's accessibility, yeah.
So if you wanted to change the design of the front of the entryway to your, I mean, I know it's directly on your building, but it could be to the rest of your facility, could have a bigger access if that's the way you wanted to do it.
Yeah, we put a nice entrance there, nice wide access, and it was important enough to have the right access that we did delay for 11 months. We did go through something over again at a big cost us because we believe it's important.
So the thought process, because I mean, looking at it, I'm at it from an overview. It's a curved road at an angle, and so thinking through commercially, that's not what I would consider to be what I would see as a long-term solution for a commercially viable project long-term. So what were you guys going to do as you started to deal with the different access points along the way? Because I think you said you moved your road 3 or 4 times.
Right.
So you ended with this, which I don't think has curb and gutter, correct? It doesn't have curb and gutter right now? It's just a...
Not along the north-south Pollard, no, it's not. It's just a country road.
Does
We
the
have curb
road
and gutter inside our complex.
the access road you guys have now, is it curb and gutter?
No.
Okay. Because that helps me. 'cause I
Commissioner
think,
Fitzgerald, I understand that it's literally just pavement
Access
and
road.
that there's not, yeah, there were no improvements done to it.
It's the same as any county road. If it's the same
Got it.
as
Okay.
driving down McMillan out of the county or Ustick or, Canada. It's the same as
Yeah.
those roads.
okay. Madam Chair, can I follow up real quick?
Please do.
And I'm going to blank on my question. Let me come back to it. If I remember it, I'll
Madam Chair?
maybe I'll ask you
Sounds good.
again.
Commissioner Holland?
I have a couple questions too. One question is, how much truck traffic do you guys currently have right now with your building? And with your expansion plan, what does that volume look like in the future?
We have a handful of trucks a day. I mean, I don't know, 4 trucks a day maybe on average. We're using 20% of the site or something, so.
And then one other note that was just more of a comment. I'm guessing part of the reason that the hospital was chosen to be located on the west side, and I won't speak for Brighton, but if you've got a residential neighborhood that's on the east, typically hospitals have a lot of sirens, they have a lot of ambulances coming in and out, and that would probably be my guess on why they decided to locate on the west. Again, we can ask them to share the reasoning on why they located it to the west, but I imagine if you put the hospital on the east, you'd have some sound issues for some of the residents coming in on the east side of the complex.
Yeah, that'd be correct. Yeah, you still have, there are larger setbacks for a hospital, but you could certainly buffer that because in the hospital complex, they have a surgery center and an office building and an emergency room. So you can certainly put the emergency room quite far from the residential to the Fairborn subdivision. You're still, no matter where you put the hospital, you're still going to have the residential to the north. So you're still in with that. But as far as on the east side, you could put the hospital quite far away from the Fairborn subdivision just by buffering it with the office building and the surgery center.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McCarville?
do you have that picture of your layout still on your presentation? Okay, if I remember right from your last presentation.
It changed slightly from this. This isn't exactly what we built. I think this is a drawing I had from our first zoning approval. The building shifted and.
Because if I remember right from your presentation last time, your main concern of this road getting moved with the addition of the trucks coming in and have to make more turns and such was that you positioned that building number 1 to be at the main grand entrance.
Right.
And you just wanted free flow to that instead of coming down Pollard and,
And it makes free flow for everyone that's coming to building 3, 2, 4. They can all, 12, 5, they all have free flowing access to all those if you can maintain the road where it is right now.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
Sir, did you provide this packet to ACHD? Do they have the background of this
I
information?
brought it for the hearing today, so I handed some to.
But did ACHD have this when they made their determination at their
No,
hearing?
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect Brighton to make the claim they'd had, so I didn't think to bring it. I thought it was well understood that it was a public road. I didn't think I needed to bring that in at the time.
So did you, just for our information, your understanding of the basis for their decision of approval of their project and how it impacted you, was this brought into the conversation at all?
That was a very big part of the conversation. There was significant conversation about, well, there's a significant conversation. I lifted some, I lifted some text from, there's a significant conversation about that being a temporary road versus permanent road.
Okay.
And there's some text, I think, in the back of the packet that, it looks like this, that kind of, actually, I took from what was said at that hearing.
But ACHD did move forward and approve the project as
They
it is.
did, but based
Okay.
upon false information, how we see it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner McCarville?
The applicant had, at the end of their presentation, said that there have been discussions about some agreements to allow truck traffic to go through there. Where is that?
We've always wanted to have some dialogue with Brighton. Since we've asked for dialogue, when we first found out these proposals back in early December, we asked for a dialogue with them. We got nothing, no response at all. After the last hearing, we asked them again for some dialogue. We did have a meeting with them, and we talked about some things, and they made some, we can probably do this sort of thing. But that's all that's happened. We keep asking for, can we get even a plat map? We've been asking over again this past week, can we get a plat map? We finally asked Sonia today, can you send us one? Because we couldn't get one from them even. None of this stuff that they're talking about that they're going to do for us, they're moving forward on. They kind of promised it last week, but they haven't moved at all, even despite the fact that we've been prompting them for it.
Okay. Any additional questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Who is signed up next to
Chair.
testify?
Keith McGregor.
Okay. Mr. McGregor, please come forward. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Keith McGregor. I work at 6675 North Pollard Lane. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I just want to echo what David said. I think he did an excellent job of explaining our position and how we really appreciate smooth flow into our complex. Makes good for keeping the northern neighbors happy because we don't get in their way. And I'm in charge of the outbound logistics, so we do see at least 3 to 4 daily, sometimes only 2, but normally 3 to 4 semi trucks a day. And then I've got UPS, FedEx, the U.S. mail guy coming in as well. So I got a bunch of little trucks moving back and forth, delivering. So we send out individual stud finders to customers who order from us, and we also send out pallets to Lowe's, Costco, and stuff like that. So Costco sounds like they're reordering, so we'll have a season with a lot of trucks then as well. So a decent amount of truck traffic that we'd like to keep away from the hospital, away from ambulances and stuff like that. We think there's a better way to do it. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Appreciate it.
For those that are here for this application, if the gentleman who just came forward and shared the information, if you have something additional to share or new to share, we would definitely appreciate hearing from you. But if it's just similar information for the sake of time, if it would be okay if we forewent that testimony. Who else do we have signed up?
We have Karen Garcia.
Okay, Karen, are you good? You sure? Okay,
Tamela Paxman.
please come forward.
Hello, Commissioner and everybody. Thank you. I'm Tamela Paxman. I live at 3646 West Balducci Street in Meridian, Idaho. And my husband works at Franklin Sensors Company. And do I need to listen to anything before I continue?
Nope, please continue.
Okay. And one thing that has been a big deal when I've told my friends and my new neighbors and people that I've met in the community why we came to Idaho, we came for Franklin Sensors Company. They say, oh, wow, where is that? And then I say it's at Chinden, and I say the highway name, and they say, oh, we see that impressive building. We always wondered what it was. And then I say, oh, well, that's where my husband works. And they said, well, how do you get to it? You know, it's on that big street. And I said, okay, that little road over there. And they said, oh, okay. So my first thought when my husband mentioned this is, they see that building, it's prominent and it's beautiful, but how to get to it? Now we can just say, oh, you see the road. But when we say you're going to have to go through a community where there's residential and there's other, the hospital and those things, that's harder to get to. So I think what I'm understanding are a future issue that might be a problem is we hope that this little Franklin Sensors Corporation gets that whole little village, the research park vision. And when we do that, we're going to have many more customers coming, many more people in our community that will want to visit. And our trucks will go from a handful of trucks to maybe 20 trucks a day, who knows? Maybe 500 passenger cars, maybe, I mean, we don't know, but our vision is big because the town is growing and our company and what it wants to service our community is growing. And so those are some of the thoughts that I really wanted to share with you. Also, I'm not real familiar with all this setup, but if I understood it right, it sounded like they were, the Brighton company was saying that they were kind of keeping out of it and they were going to have it be a two-party decision where the hospital talked with Franklin Sensors. Now, I may have misunderstood that, but I thought that they were Brighton was going to be more involved in helping meet the need of a road making easy access to Franklin Sensors company and the future park vision that we have there. And the other thing was that, as far as I had understood, that was the road, and the city or someone had switched it a few times, but they'd finally decided, and the building was built, and okay, the future is getting set. And now that they come in a new thing, this is a minor difficulty that doesn't really affect probably anyone else here in the room, but it's going to add at least 5 to 7 minutes commute time for my husband to get to work. Because instead of coming in off the Chinden and going into work, he's going to have to go through the business park, through residential. You cannot go more than 20, 25 miles an hour in a residential. So that means that every other employee in the Franklin Sensors company is going to have to do that same thing, and any future customers or trucks that bring our products in, all of them will also take that additional time. And that's all I have time for. So thank you so very much, Commissioners, for listening to me, and thank you, and please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Jay Paxman,
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Jacob Thomas,
Mr. Thomas? I yielded my time earlier. Thank you.
and Denise Lefevre.
Ms. Lefevre?
Yeah, right there. Great, thank you. My name is Denise Lefevre, 6706 North Salvia Way, Meridian, Idaho. A lot of the questions for the fire department were answered, but my question is by speeding up using a more intense use than probably what was envisioned, does that cause an impact to the taxpayers by having to build the fire station or get the equipment sooner? So I'd like to hear more about that, because I'm concerned about the impacts to the taxpayers. The second thing in here, I'm not sure, there we go. The second thing that we have on here is this is a proposed 24/7 emergency care. So I'm concerned about the impact that we have on an already busy road by going back and putting Costco's in there, which is a regional impact, and the fact that we're putting 2 more lanes on there, which brings it up to the level it already needs to be at. What's going to be the impact when you have a 24/7 hospital and you've got those delay for those lights? I'm not sure I'm clear on that. Plus, there's no impact fees for state roads to help cover any more further expansion for that. And then the other way, there we go. The other thing too that I'm not clear on is when the staff says that this is a nice variety of housing and types of products, what does the staff go through when they look at it? Because when I looked at it, this is a year old, we already had a lot of 55 and assisted living. And 2 of them are just down the street in Brighton neighborhoods, Foxtail and Paramount. So when we're looking at that balance, I'm not saying it's a bad thing because it's next to a hospital, but what are we doing as a city to look at this balance to make sure that we're not overbalanced in one type of product for our city? The other thing that I am concerned about on here is where we have the police substation. Is the city paying a lease for that since it's a quasi space, or is that something that is being donated by the developers? And what expense is the public going to have to pick up for that quasi space that's in there? Also, I've been told it's a for-profit entity. Is that really the case that it's for-profit? And what incentives are being used to build this development? When's the return on investment for the taxpayers? I did talk to John Wardle, and he went through and we did talk about the mixed-use interchange. And one of the things that I was concerned about is that's a pretty intense use for a mixed-use interchange. And I was told he could easily flip that around, but didn't want to do that because of the houses. I'm still concerned about just the intensity of the use on the impact of Chinden and Highway 16. And if they have some other ways to mitigate it by going back through and getting the state to improve things faster, that's great. But I'd like to hear what they plan on doing to help mitigate some of those impacts from a 24/7 hospital. The last and final thing that I have is that when we go back through and we're changing the development agreement, it's placed in the development agreement, the use for this hospital and the 24/7, but there's not a conditional use permit going forward with it. By placing that in the development agreement, you're already saying it's allowable use. To me, I would much rather see a conditional use and a development agreement change come through at the same time. So all of those details that we need to talk about that Mike Wardle discussed are on the table to talk about. They kind of go off the table when your development agreement already says that you can have that use. So those are my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I don't have anybody else on the list.
Okay. Sorry, could you give me the name of the third person who signed up again?
Keith McGregor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ma'am, I apologize, I didn't catch your name. What was that?
Karen Garcia.
Karen, you had said that you did not want to yield your time. Are you sure you don't want to come forward? Okay.
Sometimes the best laid plans goes awry. So Karen Garcia, Franklin Sensor 6657 North Pollard Lane. So I just want to talk about a little bit about the collaboration that we've had. David spoke about this a little bit, but I did want to mention, so since the last planning meeting, we did reach out to Brighton, and BVA did reach out to us, and we've had some wonderful conversations. And I actually, Ton Peterson is a dear friend of mine, to the point that he actually called me on my cell phone this evening, and he and I spoke. So we had each other's, our families are close enough that we had each other's cell phones before this. So in those conversations, however, and we have had some great conversations about what would happen and what kind of development, what kind of changes we talk about Franklin Sensors, and about what additions we would be made. And I would like to, so in this previous email, this is some of the things that were said. It said, in reconfiguring the southern road, we want to massage the radius and curve or drop the road away from the medical center so that semi-trucks wouldn't have a hard corner to navigate, and you'll be more clear of the medical center. And then the last point is that we would have a license agreement. This is the drawing that we received from BVA on April 4th during those discussions. And Then in the ACHD meeting, it was again said, these same things, that we would see that they would work on a curve of a radius that would pull it south away from the medical building so it isn't running right into the medical building, and then curving onto Pollard Lane so their trucks can get in and out as they were hoping for. And Brighton BVA's ongoing efforts so that they can have good access through license agreements and for those trucks of Franklin Sensors. And so there has been good discussions, and we have been very hopeful and about these developments. But I will say that, again, this is the drawing that we received from staff today, and there is no change to what we have discussed. And so in addition, that is one of the reasons we feel very strongly that this needs to be declined at this time. Because we have talked, that was one of the things that was discussed, is that we need to have conversations, which we have, and I will say they have been very pleasant and collaborative conversations, but to date, we have not seen anything that is actionable, anything that is concrete. If you talk about the sweeping lanes here, you see in this rendition right here, in this version, there is actually a building now where we talk about this curving lane. I'm not sure how that will happen if there is now a building there. And then on that Pollard Lane, so on the left side, you see that there's Pollard Lane, and we haven't seen anything that has that curving lane. So I just want to reiterate that we are open to conversations, and we're open to conversations with them, but at this time, we haven't seen anything concrete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Castanelli, ma'am, I think he has a question for you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I'll ask it to you.
Trying to fix that little girl.
I don't know if there's a quick picture of your development, but where's your loading dock in your building? Because we're doing all this talk about truck traffic in there.
So, I am terrible with directions. So,
Sonia, do you have that picture?
do we have that picture? I don't have it on, but I can speak to it. Can you see my mouse?
There it is on the left, bottom left, Sonia.
Oh, here we go. Let me get that. So our loading dock is right over here. Can you see my mouse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How do you if trucks are what's the flow? You build building 2 out front. What's your flow? What's that going to do to your flow?
So, and David might be able to speak to this a little bit better, because this particular rendering is one of our first renderings, and isn't really what was built to us. But currently, our trucks will come in, and then they back up into our loading dock right here. So this is currently all parking lot. So I don't know that that answered your question. David might be able to speak better to that. Did that answer your question?
At least I know where it's at. Obviously, that'll have to be, as you continue to build out buildings, you'll have to.
And speaking to, traffic, though we don't have consumer traffic, but similar to Micron doesn't have consumer traffic. HP doesn't have consumer traffic. People don't come to our building to buy stud finders. They go to Walmart, and they go to Costco, and they go to Lowe's, who we supply. But you don't go to Micron, and you don't go to HP. But our trucks do come in and out.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
additional questions? Thank you very much.
I don't have anybody else on the list.
That's everyone who has signed up to testify. Is there anyone else? Please come forward.
Hi. My name is Michelle Duro, and before I start...
Please state your address for the record.
Well, I just want to ask, before I started my time, I think I'm 3 minutes, but if I went over a little, can I use one of the people who decided not to speak?
Unfortunately not.
Okay, that's fine. So my name is Michelle Duro. My address is 3044 West Sugarberry Drive, Eagle, Idaho, 83616. I am one of the owners of Franklin Sensors. And so I'll try not to repeat information because I know everybody wants to go home. It's getting late. I just wanted to talk just a little bit about, so what my husband talked about the importance of that road. And I don't know that it's been brought up a lot, but I personally feel that it significantly lowers our property value, just to be blunt about it, to remove that road. Right now, even without another entrance, you can get around the whole complex. You would, the way we have the flow. When on that summary of road alignments on David's spreadsheet, it shows that third time they changed the road. We weren't consulted before it happened, and they actually ripped out part of the road we needed to access our property, which we immediately had to rebuild, costing around $6,000. That was, if we had known, we would have said, no, please don't remove it. They also removed, this has also not been discussed with ACHD or council members, but the portion of the road that would connect to the hospital, so if you go to the proposed design, I don't know if you can get to that slide, but the portion of the road, that southern access, so far, if I'm wrong, I'd love for them to correct me because that'd be good news. But that southern portion, there's been talk about it, but actually, I don't know that in their thing where it showed things connecting to Pollard, it wasn't shown, and that road actually isn't there. It's been ripped out by ACHD without consulting us at the time that the road was moved to the third change. So all that southern part up to our property, up to where the current access road does not exist. That is not a road. It would have to be constructed. Also, this proposal proposes that this Pollard Lane become industrial road, but it hasn't been addressed with ACHD or with us. Who's paying for that? Is that supposed that we would have to pay to upgrade it to industrial road to continue to use our road? So this right now, if we don't have this clarified, we could be in a position where it's approved. It was presented to ACHD that we had access through, we were going to have access to the southern, which we hope that's what they intend to do. But it seems like when you're doing things that are really important to both parties, that this should actually be defined. That if they're cutting off our access there, which I believe significantly low, maybe up to 25%, because people are going to drive in and say, here's the office complex, and that one's hard to get to because you have to drive all through the neighborhood and people get mad. And there may be offices that do provide services. We're hoping to attract good businesses with very attractive buildings. Most people wouldn't guess that we are light industrial because our building is so attractive. Everybody's very surprised, actually. And we did that on purpose to be considerate. I'm out of time, but I just wanted to point it out that this is not an accurate portrayal. So, thank you.
Thank you. And may I say, if you have anything additional that you would like to add for council to take into consideration, please feel free to draft a letter and submit that to the clerk's office, and they would be more than happy to make sure that the city council members receive that. That's true for every single person, so anyone in the public that wants to draft a letter and send it to the clerk's office, it will be made public record for council to review.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, there's no one else to testify. Would the applicant like to please come forward and?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Holland?
do we want to hear from the fire commissioner on some of the other comments again?
If you'd like to, that'd be great.
At this point, or?
Do you want to hear from him before or after the applicant? Why don't we go ahead and have him speak, Mr. Wardle? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. In answer to Ms. Lefevre, I believe, her question about impact to the taxpayer with this development. Our primary driver when we go to look to add a fire station is residential development. The majority of our calls that we go on are residential in nature as compared to the commercial drivers of our department. We also, as you may know, collect impact fees through the city, which this development would have impact fees levied against it, if that's the right terminology. Those impact fees go to pay for the cost of building a new fire station as well as the fire engine that needs to go in that fire station. So there's certainly them contributing to the cost of growth. You know that area well. There's the Oak subdivision. There's lots of other residential growth going on in that area as well, in addition to some future growth. So that's the best answer I can give to the question of impact to the taxpayers with this development.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Commission members, Mike Wardle with Brighton. So Sonia, if we can go to our presentation slides. Interesting conversation this evening and some misinformation. It was stated that Brighton has always opposed the project that Franklin Sensors has commenced. We absolutely did not oppose the concept or the use because it fits the comprehensive plan long-term. We simply felt that it was premature because they were proposing to go start a business park without water, without sewer, without any of the joint trench utilities, essentially leapfrogging out and waiting for all of those facilities to come forward. You've seen on their plan all of those additional buildings. They can't build any more buildings until they have sewer, water, joint trench, and permanent access. We are not taking access away. We are in fact improving access to them. A couple of things that clearly are not understood. This is the sign at the intersection that I believe Ms. Paxton, if I got her name correctly, talked about, you know, how people, that little road out there. Pollard Lane, Chinden intersection, that particular roadway, as noted earlier, is a 2-lane rural section without any improvements or utilities. And temporary or whatever, it was always anticipated that that roadway in whatever configuration would have to be reconstructed in order to provide those. We didn't have a plan when Franklin Sensors started their project for how that property would be developed. So we did a best guess on where that roadway would be located, kind of setting it back so that you'd have maybe 2 small office pads similar to what they're doing adjacent between that roadway, which is this particular roadway, and Chinden, the right-of-way. But we didn't have a plan. It was, we didn't question their ability to plan their property. We certainly question their ability to plan ours now that there has been something very specific brought forward. The interesting part of it is that roadway's on our property. The entrance off Chinden, that portion of Levi in the green, is public right-of-way. The rest of that roadway is not in public right-of-way. It's on our property. Now, unfortunately, that was a dropped ball by the Idaho Transportation Department because we coordinated with ITD and with ACHD to move that roadway right-of-way when they conveyed it, or before they conveyed it to the Ada County Highway District in November of last year, but they didn't do the job. They just conveyed the old original right-of-way that was acquired when they built Highway 16. So that roadway is not in a public right-of-way at this point. The question about access, I think Mrs. DeRoe questioned who would be paying for the industrial roadway improvements. Just as we will do all of the infrastructure necessary for our entire project, we will also do the full half improvements on the east side of Pollard Lane. When they bring their project forward to complete it, once utilities have been provided, they will have to build the roadway improvements on the west side of that right-of-way. We will build half of the 41-foot industrial roadway, curb, gutter, sidewalk, the whole gamut. They will have to do the same thing with their project. That will be the first actual public improvement that they will have done on the site since they started several years ago. I'm going to ask Ton Peterson, who Karen Garcia cited as having been their contact in discussion about potential access, to come forward and talk about conceptually. This is not a hard, firm item because there is not a hard, firm design for the hospital complex. This whole plan right now is conceptual. The hospital complex will come forward through the conditional use permit with very detailed layouts and all of the infrastructure improvements that are required for that type of facility. But Mr. Peterson is the one that has been working on behalf of Ball Venture Alquist to have that conversation to see if they could find a mutually agreeable solution to the service vehicles that currently go to and from Franklin Sensors. The question about delaying the project until those issues are resolved cannot be resolved at this point in the process. Noting first of all, however, that all public access requirements have been approved by the Ada County Highway District. Collectors, commercial and industrial roadways have all been approved and fit their standards and requirements and provide access to their business park. I would also comment before I turn the time to Mr. Peterson that the access provided by Waverton goes right into the heart, literally almost to the middle of their project. So the spec buildings and so forth that they develop in the future will have the front door. Their particular facility is not the, well, it will be part of that whole complex. But it was interesting when Commissioner Casanelli asked about the loading dock location. They're concerned about maneuverability and nice sweeping curves and so forth. If you look at their site plan and so forth, they have very tight internal circulation, and they have to turn a hard curve and then back into a facility. So we don't believe that we are actually impacting their ability to get to their project in any negative sense at all. Mr. Peterson, please, and then I will have one just final comment.
Ton Peterson with Ball Ventures Alquist, 2775 West Navigator Drive. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'll be very brief. Just to touch on what Mr. Wardle had indicated, we, in addition to the dialogue that has been ongoing here tonight, just wanted to provide some flavor. Myself and Dr. Tommy Alquist, unfortunately, were not able to be here at the last hearing. We learned, though, of the distinguished commissioner's request that we have dialogue with Franklin Sensor. And so the next day, I personally reached out to Franklin Sensor, and we've had ongoing discussions, as Ms. Garcia has alluded to, of providing, through a private license agreement, access on that southern drive. So in addition to the direct access to their property along Waverton, hearing their concern and wanting to be good neighbors, we also wanted to provide them access along that southern route for their trucks, as that was the main concern. And so just to make it clear, the day following the hearing, I reached out, and we've had, and Ms. Garcia might be able to remember, but just jotting these down, I've had 7 different communications with them. One in-person meeting at their facility there at Franklin Sensor. I've had 2 follow-up calls, a 3rd call with our engineer, with them to answer their questions about how we might, and all the engineers in the room are going to laugh at me, but for lack of a better term, to provide better curvature or to draw that southern private road away from that medical building so that the curves and the radii are sufficient for their trucks. So he was on the phone to address that. And as was put up on the screen, my email, Dr. Alquist and I, we actually invited them, draw on a map how you would like the road to go. Now, we might not be able to promise that, but that gives us a starting point of what you're after, and then our engineer can work on that design. I had then 2 additional follow-up phone conversations after the hearing at ACHD, talked with Ms. Garcia after that, and then, as she indicated today, on my way here, actually, let her know the update with our engineer. Unfortunately, he hasn't finalized that, but as I indicated to her, that's in the process, and he's pulling that driveway down, making some turns in the road so their trucks don't have those hard turns. And I can represent to each of you here tonight that those efforts have been ongoing from the time of the last hearing until literally a half an hour before this hearing. So we certainly intend to be neighborly and to try to do our very best to bring those trucks, those 2 or 3 trucks a day, right up through that southern drive through a license agreement that we're willing to provide so that they have access, as they have alluded to is going to be a concern for them. So we're doing our best to be neighborly, and I stand for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Peterson?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Casanelli?
If your road was to follow that red dash line, what would you do? I'm assuming with the hospital there, you are definitely planning a helipad. What would you do with that?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Casanelli. That red line is a very rough and rudimentary sort of that Mr. Wardle put up there to show sort of how it will look. But if I could describe it, it would actually, and again, we're working with Franklin Sensor to provide the curves that they need for their specific trucks, which are WB-67 trucks. So there's a radii that's required there to negotiate the roadways. It wouldn't necessarily, that helipad right there, it's going to be more curved, Mr. Commissioner, and then come back around to the south. Again, just a general idea of how this might look. Then curving up onto Pollard. The main point and intent was to take out the hard turns that were a concern expressed by Franklin Sensor so that it was more curved and easier to navigate for their trucks.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, just to restate, Mike Wardle once again, we ask for your concurrence with the approvals that have been granted by the Ada County Highway District with regard to the public infrastructure and transportation system, recognizing that all access to that property to the west is still provided. It will be an improved, fully functional commercial and industrial roadway system. We also note that our agreement with the recommend conditions of approval from staff with just the items that Sonia brought up earlier, and request the commission to pass on an affirmative recommendation to the City Council for annexation with CG and R8 zoning and preliminary plat approval subject to the conditions provided by staff. I would conclude with that.
Thank you.
Madam
Any
Chair.
additional questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
Mike, so you moved the right-of-way of the road that you brought forward back on your slide that you moved up in green. Is that meet up with Waverton? Or is that going to be adjusted again?
Good question, Madam Chair, Commissioner Fitzgerald. That is not Waverton.
Okay.
Waverton is a bit further to the north.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli?
Ms. Worrell, I've got a question in terms of trying to maintain friendly neighbor relations there. In the event that this goes through as designed, the intersection of, I think it's Levi and Waverly.
Let me go back to, there we go.
Where that yellow line is right there, pending approval by, I guess, ACHD and others, if this is how it gets approved, it sounds like one of the concerns of Franklin Sensors is sight and visual lines into their development, access into their. I'm thinking something small like some sort of a monument sign there at that intersection, at that T, that would help facilitate traffic to their development. Even something small like that. Is that, as long as it's, I mean, it would have to get approval probably of ACHD and fit within that development. Something like that, can that be done? Would you be willing to do that?
We would certainly look at all aspects. There are several things that need to be considered. We have to do something similar with the old school lane to the north when we build those street stubs. We have to get some signage and so forth for people to understand that Those are not through public streets. It goes to a private street system. With regard to visibility for Franklin Sensors and their future business park, there are allowances for signage in the City of Meridian's code, and I'm certain that there might be ways for them to get some signage out there, but right now there's no sign to tell anybody how to get, or even who it is out there. So I think the signage in the future is going to be more important for the rest of their project than it is for Franklin Sensors per se. And we will certainly look at within the city's code requirements, because there are setback issues and buffers that have to be provided along Chinden. I think there will be room to get some signage out there, and I certainly would propose that we work with all of the facilities because they need to have some signage. They haven't thought about that perhaps as yet, but it's something that we will at least have a discussion. And we would prefer not for people to get lost in there anyway, so we might want to facilitate that so that they know exactly where they're headed. But I hope that they would also look at the fact that they are building on the end of, literally at the end of the world for Meridian's purposes. They're tucked in that elbow of Highway 16 and Chinden, and they will have a presence in the future when they build out, as will Central Valley Plaza. So long belabored statement, but yes, we will look at possible ways to help people get to their facility.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland?
Mr. Wardle, just to make sure that we address all of the concerns of the audience and some of the questions from residents, there were a couple of questions on impact to taxpayers specific to the police station. Is the police station going to be a leased facility or is it a donated facility? What's the impact going to be on the taxes for residents for that facility there?
I will probably have Mr. Turnbull come forward because I have not been involved in those discussions, but it would be my understanding that the city has been looking for a facility and that they would probably be expecting for some cost to the taxpayer, just as all other facilities are. David?
Madam President, members of the commission, David Turnbull, 12601 West Explorer Drive. Commissioner Holland, when this application was first submitted to the city through their staff department, the police department actually reached out to us, noting that they need to get a substation in this area. We've talked about various arrangements, from having a pad where they can build on. They've got budget for building a building or leasing a building. When they took a look at the idea of perhaps either leasing or purchasing in like a condo situation, part of this area in the flex building, that seemed to be the most attractive to them. So, you know, I'd note, as the fire department already has noted, this project pays impact fees, so it pays into those, you know, provision of those facilities on a pro rata basis. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I ask one more follow-up question?
Absolutely.
Since you've done a lot of different mixed-use developments around the valley, the other question that came from the audience tonight was around the balance of senior living facilities throughout Meridian. Just hoping you might be able to help answer that comment too, about some of your strategy and some of your approach and what you've seen in the market.
Well, as they say in real estate development industry, demographics drive everything. And the demographics are that we have an aging society. We don't know exactly when this facility will be ripe for construction, but we do think that it's ideally located there in this area next to a medical facility, also with independent living cottages adjacent to it that can provide a continuum of care. So, you know, obviously we don't think that that market would be oversaturated, or we wouldn't build it.
Thanks. Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I actually have a question for Mr. Wardle, because it was something that was brought up previously.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull.
Yes, sir.
At the initial hearing last month, you had, the one drawing that was, the plan, I think, was submitted to KTVB, and it was brought up. Basically, the project is flipped, with the hospital being to the east. You had brought up the issue, and Sonia, if I could get some feedback from you too, with the mixed-use interchange, the hospital fit that and not the mixed-use community. If that were to fit in the other way, is that a workable layout?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, that's not a decision that I even would have the ability to discuss. The folks that put those projects together, Ball Ventures, Alquist particularly, doing a lot of similar facilities around the valley, are the ones that make the determination of how the site needs to function. And when we had the initial conversations with staff, it was apparent that the type of uses in the mixed-use community to the east and the mixed-use interchange to the west of Levi Lane essentially was a better fit to have the hospital complex to the west for comp plan compliance. And that's kind of the direction that we went. Because you're correct that there was an original September of last year PR piece put out that had the hospital, it had it flipped. But as they got into more discussion with staff and consideration of how the site really worked, it changed.
And Sonia, can you confirm that? Is that?
Yes, Commissioner, the intensity of uses in the mixed-use interchange really are more suitable to the proposed hospital than having the hospital right next to the future residential uses. It would be more of an impact on those uses.
Okay.
I have one more quick question for you. In that similar line, the office buildings that are here in the east side, they're 3 stories, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so is there going to be any issue with parking lot lighting and whatnot shining into the neighboring properties, or we feel like the 160 feet plus the 20-foot common area is going to mitigate that sufficiently?
The lighting has to be contained on site. Not certainly, there's always some type of visibility aspect, but the design of the lighting will be internal and interior so that nothing would be directed outward from that project site. That will be a specific thing that will be looked at when they go in for zoning compliance and design review. But based on our project out at 10 Mile, where we have a similar relationship with a well-established older neighborhood, that actually was a consideration of those folks that they preferred to have that type of the parking lot elements and the building set back further, just as this is configured. And it was very agreeable. They all signed off on that as their preference, in fact. So,
okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Okay. I think that's everything for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
This time, can I get a motion to close the public hearing for item number H20190021?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing for H20190021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Who would like to begin our discussion this evening?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli.
I have a couple questions for staff. I don't know that we've addressed parking in this whole thing, and we're known to question parking. With all the other things that have come up, the roadways and everything else, the stub streets we've got the rural development to the north. And I don't see it in here, but I might be missing it. Where are we at with parking? That's my first question. I'll let you answer that, and I'll jump in on another one.
Chairman, Commissioner Casanelli, a detailed review has not been performed of this site. This is a concept development plan and only an annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat application. So that detailed analysis will take place with the conditional use permit for the hospital and the subsequent certificate of zoning compliance and design review applications.
Okay. And then question number 2 is on the single family on the northeast, that's part of the assisted living and the cottages. We're meeting requirements for open space and common lots there, the way it's proposed at this point?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland?
Since everyone else is being so quiet, I'll give my few comments. First of all, I think it's obvious there's been a lot of work put into this, and I think overall it looks like a really nice mixed-use plan that fits what the comprehensive plan is asking for. I certainly sympathize with the folks at Franklin Sensor that it's certainly a challenging situation to try and figure out how roads are reallocated and access points. And I appreciate everybody showing up tonight to give some feedback, because it's really helpful for us as we kind of deliberate on what we're looking at. Couple of thoughts I had overall. We talked about it a little bit with the applicant, that the section of the Waverton commercial, if that is going to end up having truck traffic leading into that industrial development towards the west, that they would just consider whatever buffering needs to happen for those residents that are on the west side of that road. I think that's something that can kind of come into play later on in the development, since this is just conceptual at this point. Number 2, I think we answered a lot of the questions with the overbalance of senior living. You know, if they weren't being successful in attracting residents, they would probably stop seeing as many of them, but there are a lot of people in need for different types of housing throughout the valley, and even though there seems to be an abundance of them coming through lately, they do seem pretty well distributed on the map too. They're not all clustering in one area versus another. I also appreciate that we had some support from fire here tonight to help answer questions, but that impact fees do help cover some of the costs of development when they come in, and that growth, it does help pay a little bit for itself. I liked the idea Commissioner Casanelli passed on about maybe having some sort of monument sign at the corner of Levi and Waverton that might help direct traffic towards that industrial complex to the west. That might be a good consideration to think about. But with the current truck traffic, it sounds like there's only 4 to 5 trucks, plus or minus some of the UPS traffic, as well as some of the employee traffic coming in. I don't know that I see a huge challenge with 4 to 5 trucks managing going through the way that it's set up here, but certainly I would ask that as this goes forward, that if they are working on that south road below the hospital, that they would just have that reflected on the future map before it goes to council. Those are kind of my thoughts in general.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fitzgerald.
And I tend to agree with what Commissioner Holland has laid out. I think this is in regards to service area and what could be utilized in a mixed-use commercial, this serves a big population. Middleton, Star, North Meridian, and it's on a state highway, which I think is an exceptionally good use in this area. Living not far away from this spot, I think having a police station, substation there, having a hospital that close, I think would be a nice addition to our area. I've not heard the Brighton Corporation not to be good neighbors. They tend to try to work with the folks around them, even when it's not on their property. And in this situation, I do commiserate with the Franklin Sensor folks. It's challenging with the road is on their property, and that's hard for us, because they get to do what they want to do with their property, and so that's a challenge for me. But I do appreciate the willingness to work with them to figure out how to get trucks in and access in as their development grows. I like the work that's been done in the design that is a true mixed-use community, and we haven't seen that a lot lately. We have a lot of rooftops and not a lot of services, and I think this is the kind of services that we need, and I like the mix. And so we've got some things to work out, but for the most part, I would be supportive.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner McCarville.
I like as well the mixed use of this. And I've gone back and forth so many times on where this road is because of where they thought it was going to be and everything. But when it does come down to it, it is on private property. And actually, probably that collector road, Waverton being a little farther off Chinden, probably will help the flow of traffic a little better anyway. And I think with the design we saw, I think a couple of weeks ago, that Waverton probably will, could easily line up with their secondary entrance, which will actually probably benefit the surrounding buildings at Franklin Sensors. And I agree the current layout for where their loading dock is tighter than anything else they've got to deal with out here.
Madam Chair, can I speak to I think also the comment on the assisted living facilities. I think we all sat in the meetings where we got statistics about who's moving here, and we'd like them to be 25 and like new tax-paying people and having 60 years of work ahead of them, but they're not. A lot of them are retirees, no kids, and I think the market's got to drive this. I don't think that's our job, but because the developers know what they would need to build and what we need to serve the population. But our population is aging in this valley quickly, and we're seeing more people move in that are retired and they're not making income. They're doing something different. So we're going to see a lot of retirements coming forward, and I think the facilities are going to need to be there to support that.
Any additional?
I guess
comments?
I'll just put in my
Commissioner Casanelli?
my comments. Thank you. I do sympathize with the frustrations of Franklin Sensors and the road being moved multiple times. I guess I don't see it as, I know what they had envisioned, and I get that. I guess I don't see it as being as negative as it could be. I think if they continue to work together, that they can manage the truck flow traffic. It sounds like there's been conversation that way to bring it on that southerly road. I feel going straight in Levi and left on Waverton, if it remains this layout, it's still a straight shot into the development, maybe not a straight shot into their building, which is what they wanted. But I think with some adjustment there, it can be just as good. My only thoughts right now, other than I brought up the parking, so we've touched on that. There was no negative feedback from in fact, we didn't have anybody commenting that lives to the north. So apparently they're fine with it. I'm not wild about the transition to from the medium density to the rural there. But everybody, those folks that are living up there seem fine with it. I think my last concern would be looking at the north, I guess the northeast corner. All the green there is sort of concentrated right into the entrance to that road. I would like to see something broken up would be my only thought going forward, and maybe taking out a lot, shifting some things to get a common lot, because you don't have anything from there till you get all the way to the assisted living. There's nothing as far as maybe a little pocket park or anything in there. That's about the only thing I can picture differently at this point. Other than that, I'm in this location where it's at. It's it's a good project for that area.
Madam Chair Olson, do you have anything to add?
I've also gone back and forth on the road situation, but I do feel that having Mr. Peterson here tonight representing the private party that is supposed to be entering into the agreement or the license agreement seems to make sense. It is, I understand it, that is not within our purview anyway. Is that correct?
Correct.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Holland?
One other thought just to share is, I know it's challenging when roads get changed and you've got development plans, but if you think about a lot of the developments in Meridian, especially when it kind of relates to the industrial world, or maybe even if you're looking at office or whatnot, even though you've got to kind of jog up and turn a few hundred feet more than you had to before, if you think about like where United Heritage is located, you've got to curve through a series of different office parks before you get there. But people, if they want to go to that office building, still go to that office building. So it's inconvenient perhaps, but I agree that one of the comments made earlier is with the location of the new highway coming through, they will still have a lot of visibility on that highway of people that'll drive by and see the beautiful complex that you're working to build. And so it's tough. I wish there was an easier way to do it. If you've got a lot of people, especially with truck traffic, if we do fix that south road that kind of curves south below the hospital, one concern is that instead of placing them up on Waverton, you might have traffic stack up there trying to turn left if there was a lot of traffic coming in and out. So while it's certainly challenging and I sympathize, I like the idea of having them use the collector and the commercial as the major pathway to get to the complex, because I think it's better for traffic planning. And perhaps, you could create a loop where they come down Pollard and back through that south entrance on the way back out so they can do a right turn for the truck traffic, and you kind of create a loop for them. But that's just another thought to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner McCarville?
Yeah, I'm thinking easing those corners for the commercial roads and using those commercial roads for the trucks and the industrial roads for the trucks. And ease, if those corners need to be eased off, if that's the concern, I think that's probably easier than having those trucks come in and take an immediate left so close to Chinden. And like you said, create that loop if necessary.
Thank you. I think those are some great ideas, and I'm in agreement with my fellow commissioners. Just a few other thoughts. Regarding the, I just lost my train of thought. Too many details to remember. I will say that I am also sympathetic to Franklin Sensors and their concerns and the changes and the history that they have gone through. And I would encourage that if Ball Ventures is going to continue having conversations with Franklin Sensors, that there would be an attempt made to have some solidification to a concept prior to City Council. I think that would be very helpful to wrap that up if it's possible. And I would agree with Commissioner Holland's concept of using the Levi Collector Street up north to Waverton and continuing to take lefts and then come through that loop. There had been some testimony given by somebody who had come forward and mentioned that Chinden is we're adding stoplights, we're adding additional traffic, we're adding, even though it is being widened, and now we're bringing all this additional traffic to this area. But as Commissioner Fitzgerald mentioned, this kind of location with the state highway and Highway 16 nearby is the location you would put something like this. It's just, that's where a concept like this would go. So if we talk about, is there an alternative location for something like this? I don't know where, you would find that in an effort to not increase the traffic to Chinden, which the state and the STARS program through the other application is attempting to do. So I don't know that was spoken very well, but those are my thoughts. And is there anything else to add before we make a motion, and keeping in mind that there are some modifications that need to be made in that motion?
Madam Chair, one more
Commissioner Holland.
quick question for staff. And whoever makes the motion for the Public Works section, would they need to read the entire paragraph into the motion, or would it just be the section that starts with developers shall be required to work out the final design location and move on from that point?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Holland, you can just simply state, add the 50-foot by 100-foot parcel requirement in condition number 1.2.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair,
Commissioner Fitzgerald.
to Commissioner Casanelli's comment about parking, because I know we love to talk about parking between he and I. You'll get another shot at this when the conditional use permit comes back in. So we can count parking spots, you and I together, in the next round.
I'm looking forward to that.
Madam Chair, if there's no further comments, I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Fitzgerald, please do.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to the City Council of file number H 2019-0021 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of April 18, 2019, with the following modification: that the applicant's, that the staff report be modified along 2C to include, to read, depict a 20-foot wide common lot or permanent dedicated buffer for the street buffer along West Waverton on Lot 24, Block 1, in accordance with UDC 11-3B-7C2B. And number 6, submit a detail of the children's play equipment with the applicable residential final plat, and the modification of number 1.2 in section 8.b to include a 50-foot by 120-foot parcel for a lift station. And to, I think, to include, I think I would like to have the applicant work with, ensure they work diligently with their neighbors to the west to find a solution on the transportation issue and the road solution, as well as look at signage, both at Levi and whatever goes south, and at Levi and Waverton for both where you're going to send trucks and where you're going to send cars.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve file number H20190021. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we will take a 5-minute break, and please be ready for our next application in 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you.
Being an idiot. My 8-year-old baseball kid out of slide. I was wearing shorts. What age? What's that? What age?
Just use the mouse here and, yeah.
Okay, so
Let me load your presentation.
okay.
You can, I don't ever drive up here, so I'm not sure if I know how to drive,
Well, we'll find out.
but you can
If it
use
doesn't
that,
work, we'll
yeah.
have you-
There's a PowerPoint. Well, one's a PDF. Okay. So I can just use.
Okay, I think we're ready for our next hearing. This time I'd like to open the public hearing continued from April 4th, 2019 for Gander Creek H20190013, and we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The next application before you is a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 117.1 acres of land zoned RUT in Ada County and is located at the southwest corner of West McMillan Road and North McDermott Road. Adjacent land use and zoning to the north are rural residential and agricultural land zoned RUT in Ada County. To the east is North McDermott Road and single-family residential properties in the Oaks West subdivision and other undeveloped land zoned R8. To the south is a future high school and elementary school, Owyhee High School that was recently approved. And to the west is agricultural land zoned RUT in Ada County. A little history. In 2015, an application for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat was denied on the northern portion of this site due to council's finding that it was not in the best interest of the city to annex the property at that time. That was the Copperbrook subdivision. The comprehensive plan future land use designation for this site is medium density residential, which is 3 to 8 units per acre. The applicant is requesting annexation and zoning of 125.68 acres of land with an R8 zoning district consistent with the medium density residential future land use map designation. A preliminary plat consisting of 401 building lots, 55 common lots, and 5 other lots consisting of 4 lots reserved for ITD for future right-of-way for the extension of State Highway 16, and 1 lot reserved for the city for a future fire station and service center on 117.1 acres of land in the R8 zoning district. This plat is proposed to develop in 9 phases. Phasing plan is on your right. The minimum lot size for the development is 4,000 square feet with an average lot size of 6,002 square feet. 5 different lot sizes are proposed, and that there's a mix shown there on the right. 4,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet, 6,000, 7,000, and 8,000 square feet lots for the development of traditional front-loaded lots and rear-loaded alley lots. A lot size rendering was submitted as shown that demonstrates the variety of lots proposed within the development. There are 2 existing structures that are within the future right-of-way area that are proposed to remain until such time as right-of-way acquisition occurs for State Highway 16 and/or the construction of State Highway 16 commences. Once access is proposed via McMillan Road, and 1 access is proposed via North McCrossan Avenue. The proposed mid-mile collector street, a crossing over the 5 Mile Creek, is proposed at the quarter mile. The 5 Mile Creek bisects this site and is on property owned by the irrigation district and is not owned by the subject developer. Wide multi-use pathway is proposed along the west boundary of the site within the street buffer along McCrossan Avenue from the south boundary to the north boundary of the 5 Mile Creek. And if you can see my pointer here, I'll point to it right here. Then it goes up along the north side of the creek to the quarter mile and then continues north through the park to McMillan Road. The Parks Department is requesting the pathway is also extended along the north side of the creek to McDermott Road, and that's from the quarter mile here to the east. Qualified open space appears to be in excess of UDC standards, although staff has requested some modifications to the open space exhibit. There were a few areas that were counted that weren't, didn't qualify per UDC standards, as well as some parkways in the northern portion of the development that weren't counted. So I think all in all, we're still in excess of UDC standards on that though. Site amenities consisting of a swimming pool with a playground, picnic shelter, and a half basketball court in the 2.11 acre park at the entry of the development from McMillan Road. And that's this area right here. In the northern portion of the development, another playground and picnic shelter in the 2.64 acre park at the entry of the development from McCrossan Avenue in the southern portion of the development, and that's this area right here. A picnic shelter in the approximately 1 acre park, also in the southern portion of the development. Again, that's right here. And a long segment of the city's multi-use pathway system along the west boundary that I just spoke of. And along the southern portion of the development, running along the north side of the 5 Mile Creek to North Glassford Way and north to McMillan Road, and many internal pedestrian pathways in excess of UDC standards. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed single-family residential detached structures. These are the Tresidio homes and the Biltmore elevations. Written testimony was received from Sean Brownlee, the applicant. He is requesting a couple of changes. I'll go through those. Condition number A1B, which requires the developer to construct a mid-mile collector street north McCrossan Avenue from West McMillan Road to the north boundary of the school property to the south, approximately 1,970 feet, with the first phase of development. That timing was based on the timeline of the school property developing to the south and their need for the secondary access. The applicant is requesting the timing for construction is changed from the first phase to the earlier part of the second phase or at the time of substantial completion of the high school, consistent with the West Ada School District's construction timeline for the high school. Staff is okay with this change if the applicant submits a letter of intent from the school district for their timeline that is consistent with this change. And then similarly, condition number A1C, the developer shall construct pedestrian walkways along the entire frontage of the site to North McCrossan Avenue and West McMillan Road with the first phase of development for safe access to the school site to the south for children walking to school. Again, they request the same timing as I previously mentioned, and staff is okay with that change, with that stipulation. Condition number A3G, extend the multi-use pathway along the north side of the 5 Mile Creek from Glassford Way to the east boundary of the site consistent with the pathway's master plan. The applicant does not wish to extend the pathway along the north side of the creek from the quarter mile to the project's east boundary as recommended by the Parks Department. And finally, condition A3H, depict a 5-foot wide detached sidewalk along North McDermott Road in accord with UDC 11-3A17. The applicant wishes to construct the sidewalk with the last phase of development consistent with ACHD's condition, and staff's intention was for it to be constructed with the associated phase of development, so that's fine if that's their last phase. Staff is recommending approval as the proposed open space and site amenities exceed UDC standards, and there are a nice variety of housing types proposed. Staff will stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff? The applicant, please come forward.
Commissioners, my name is Bob Taunton. My company is Taunton Group, and I represent Trilogy Development, who is the applicant for the project this evening. First thing I'd like to just
Mr. Taunton, please state your address as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2724 South Palmetier Way, Boise, Idaho, 83716. I should know that. First thing I want to do is thank the staff for working with us really over the last few years. The project has kind of changed in terms of its size, and some conditions have changed, and so we really appreciate the fact that they're supporting the application tonight. Appreciate their positive recommendation. I just have a few brief slides, that I wanted to go over, if I can do this correctly. There we go. The one thing, Sonia did a great job on describing the project. I just wanted to mention that we have done a recalculation of the open space, and it was just finished yesterday. She's not had a chance to review it, but we'll be submitting it. And it looks like the qualified open space is 10.2%. But that's of the gross area. So that includes the ITD parcels. It includes the civic parcel as well. So if we just looked at the roughly 96 acres of development, the percentage would be much higher. The same thing with the total open space that would be maintained by the HOA. It's 14.9%. Again, that's based on the gross area, and on the net area would be much higher. One thing that we are requesting is a waiver There is a requirement in the code that within a certain period of time, you have to deliver water and sewer to existing residences, and we are requesting a waiver to that since the residences are in the ITD right-of-way, and the thought is that they would remain as they are until construction or until there was a purchase and sale agreement with ITD, at which time likely they would be demolished. So it just doesn't make practical sense to extend sewer and water to them. They already have that, of course, based on wells and septic. So we request that the commission agree with that. One of the things that we wanted to talk about a little bit is the Oaks Sewer Lift Station service area, which is really a major constraint in this particular area. What we're showing here is the location of the property, which is at McMillan and McDermott. Just south of us, of course, is the Owyhee High School and the future elementary school. The kind of purplish line is an indication of the sewer drainage boundary. So it's a very discrete line. In fact, as we'll see later, we are limited to, well, we're requested not to even extend stub sewers to the western part of the subdivision, because once you're west of the mid-mile collector, then you're really in another service area, and I'll explain more details on that. So as Sonia said, there are a number of projects that are in the area that are north or that are east of McDermott. A few years ago, it looked like this was pretty isolated. A lot of the conditions have changed today. The comp plan designations are indicated, but one of the things to keep in mind is that the STAR comprehensive plan is directly to the north of Chinden, and the Nampa comprehensive plan is west and south. And there actually is a platted subdivision in Nampa just directly south of Ustick. Both of those cities are updating their comprehensive plans. They're in final draft. Again, this is a little bit more of an indication of what the surrounding land uses are. You have, community mixed use, business park, medium density residential, more intensive uses along Chinden. So this, this isn't sort of a piece of property that's out there that's not really connected to other things. Now, admittedly, development hasn't taken place yet, but the plan obviously is for development to undertake a western pathway here. This is a good indication. This is a city's map about the sewer boundary. We are, if I can get this to work properly. Our property is right in this location, so we're right across the road from the lift station. This is the McDermott alignment here, the green line. And as I mentioned earlier, there's no stub sewers that will be placed in this subdivision that would indicate that anybody could hook up from the west. And you can see that once you go north of McMillan, this particular boundary becomes not a half mile, but a quarter mile. And then as you go further north, it basically disappears for being west of McDermott. So previously, people were looking at McDermott as being some kind of a boundary for urban development, but really it's the sewer boundary. And I think we all know that the most efficient kind of development is a development that makes use of utilities and infrastructure that are already in place as opposed to any kind of leapfrog development, and that's certainly not the case here. This lift station was designed obviously with the city and supported by the city. It was put in by Coleman, now Toll Brothers. The future sewer. So the area to the west of us that I mentioned is not going to be serviced by the lift station, is going to require a future lift station that's at Canada. So it's 2 miles away from McDermott. If someone were west of us, they would have to construct a gravity sewer line, the McMillan line, trunk line, all the way out to Canada. They would then build the lift station, and then they would have to do a pressure line back to the Oaks lift station, which would then, as you can see on the map where the Meridian wastewater treatment plant is, it's further to the east. As a longtime developer, I can tell you that any development west of us in the near future is remote. It's going to be very, very expensive to be able to do that, and it would require a very large piece of property, and I don't think that that's going to happen in the near future. So really, for Meridian's purposes, this is going to be somewhat of a growth boundary for the near future. The West Ada School District Memorandum of Agreement was signed by Heartland, the applicant, which is related to Trilogy and West Ada in 2018, prior to the annexation and rezone for the school. The agreement is to enter into a binding agreement once both properties are annexed. So they're annexed. If we're annexed, then that will precipitate the more formal agreement. But the basic premises are that Heartland will extend the mid-mile collector. It'll be 100% of Heartland's cost to do that. And it'll go from the north boundary of the McFadden Drain up to McMillan Road, so along the entire western frontage of our property. And it'll be completed when the Owyhee High School is substantially complete and they are seeking a CO certificate of occupancy from the city. And we think that's going to be probably around July of 2021. There are representatives from the school district here and they can confirm that. I put on here the projected completion. Really, I should have said the projected occupancy for students in the fall of 2021. So this illustrates the alignment of the sewer line. As I said, it would start at on the north boundary of the McFadden Drain. Crossing that is the responsibility of the school district. It'll extend north and will cross over the 5 Mile Creek. We will be paying for a bridge structure there, and we'll continue on up to McMillan. So it'll be built as a half street according to ACHD standards, curb gutter, 10-foot pathway up to the 5 Mile Creek, and then a 5-foot sidewalk up to McMillan. And that's the same section really that the school is going to construct. So it will all match up. And there'll be roughly about a 28-foot wide pavement service, which is the standard for a half street that has two-way traffic on it. Before we started planning this and redoing some of the planning, we developed some community development principles, which is always the right way to do things. One of them was housing choice, and I'll refer again to the diversity of product that we're offering. Our goal was to have an active and walkable and connected community and recreational opportunities for all ages and kind of users. And that really speaks to a healthy community. It's making the healthy choice to be active easier from the standpoint of a resident. And then there'll be activity areas, as Sonia has mentioned, that'll be there for gathering and interaction. And then we do have the connection to the 5 Mile pathway. The Meridian Fire Department has also signed a letter of intent with Heartland, and that deals with the 4-acre gross site that they will utilize for a future fire station directly north of the high school and the elementary school. And the arrangement with Heartland is that Heartland will donate approximately 2 acres, half the site. The Meridian School District, Fire Department will purchase the approximate 2 acres at Heartland's average acquisition cost. So in other words, Heartland is not marking up the profit, marking up the price for a profit to the fire department. So the target is to enter into a purchase agreement on May 1st, thereabouts, and close on the site within 30 days of the final plat being recorded for phase 2. The product diversity, again, where our goal was to have product that fit a variety of income levels, consumer preferences, life stages, and so we have everything from small lot, alley loaded, which are the kind of orange-looking lots here on the diagram, and then up to lots that are nearly 80 feet of frontage. So a really good diversity of product to be able to cater to a diverse market. This is the Parks and Pathways map. We didn't show all of the sidewalks on here, but we tried to emphasize the major pedestrian connectivity that exists both between the two sections and within the sections. Obviously, we're building our second phase will be where the fire station is. So we're going to be building that connection across the 5 Mile Creek at the quarter mile, and that will provide pedestrian connectivity from one side to the other. The size of the parks are listed here. The facilities, amenities that are located in them. I'm not going to go through that again because Sonia did a good job on that. We also have the ability to extend pedestrian connectivity to the south. That particular crossing, again, is the responsibility of the school district, and will be able to, our residents will be able to walk to the future high school and elementary school without going out to the half-mile collector, which obviously will be an opportunity. And one of the things that we really focused on was how to connect the folks who live in the Oaks and are on the east side of McDermott with the schools. So you see the blue line here, which is the 10-foot wide pathway that comes from McDermott to our entry on the north side through the project on the north side of the 5 Mile Creek, and then south down to the school district property. So that's going to be a great, safe route to school for pedestrians. These are some of the site renderings and images that I'll just quickly go through. This is represent the entry on McMillan, which will be our main entry for the north section. This is kind of an aerial view of it, looking at the same location, but you can see it's going to be an extremely attractive entryway. Within your sight line as you're driving in is the park and the pool, and it's really an inviting situation, just a great entrance feature. This is a view of the swimming pool and structure that will be associated with it within that park on the north side. Wrought iron fencing, so it's, everybody gets a chance to look at it, even if they're not in the facility. This is the gazebo and the playground area within that same park. The play fields that would be in that park as well, obviously grassed and treed. And these are the houses, the alley-loaded houses that would be fronting onto that open space. I actually live in this kind of environment, and I can tell you it's just delightful, where you have a sidewalk at the front of your house, alley-loaded, and a park across the street. So we're going to do a great job on that particular element of the housing product. And this is a more typical, traditional situation, separated sidewalks and houses that front on the street and have front drive. This view is kind of an illustration of where the fire station might be. We're looking east. Just the road just up here is the main entry road for the south section from the half-mile collector. And again, it has a median, it's treed, and immediately you have a visual orientation to the the major recreational facility. So again, we're really trying to beef up that entry experience. This is the phasing plan. Sonia mentioned it. One of the things that we wanted to address here is that we know that ITD is a result of getting the $90 million to advance right-of-way construction for 16, is now going through a little bit of a quality control, if you like, looking at the current plans that were within the NEPA approval to see if there's changes they can make to bring down the cost of the right-of-way and also the facility. So apparently they are looking at McMillan as to whether it would be an overpass or whether it would be at grade. And we've designed the phasing with the first phase being away from the 300 feet there, so that if there's any changes that we can accommodate it. And the last phases are along that 300-foot right-of-way, so long before they develop, we'll know what the situation is regarding the design for McMillan and the expressway. And then the last thing is just to talk about the condition that requires the 10-foot pathway along 5 Mile going east of where we located. We just think that creates an unsafe condition where walkers would be going along the trail, and this is before Highway 16, of course, to get to McDermott. It's an uncontrolled crossing, so we just think that's not really the safest thing. In earlier pre-app meetings, we had talked about this, and the decision at that time was to follow the plan that we have on this Parks and Pathway map. So and certainly once Highway 16 is developed, I'm not sure what that timing is, that would be a pathway to nowhere. And so we're thinking that it just makes a lot more sense for a safe crossing at the McDermott-McMillan intersection, make the pathway go through our property, which we're obviously going to do, but not build that additional along the north boundary. So with that, I can stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner McCarville?
Can you share with me where those homes are that you said you do not want to extend the sewer to? The existing ones that are probably going to be demolished, that over there on the east side there?
One is located in here and the other is down here.
Okay. Thank you.
I did mention that there actually is a lane here that exists, and that would be vacated as a requirement of when the property develops. It'll be vacated per ACHD, so to minimize the crossings, obviously to McDermott, but also eliminate it for Highway 16.
Thank you. Can you show us on this the approximate flow of vehicles coming out of the fire station, where they'll exit, I'm assuming, out to the west?
Yes, Madam Chairman, it's expected that the access to and from the fire station will be directly to that mid-mile collector. So as I said, we'll be fully improving that, and when they have their site plan, we don't anticipate that they're going to use the internal residential roads. They would have direct access to the collector road.
Okay, thank you. And has there been any additional conversation about possibly continuing the 10-foot pathway on the east side within the irrigation district property, and then just coming up and looping around through the common area there on the south? Versus taking it out to McDermott directly?
Madam Chairman, I attempted to talk to Kim Warren in your Parks and Pathways Department, but we received the staff report on Monday, but I was not able to have a conversation with her to maybe look at alternatives.
Okay.
But that might be something we do, but there's a good chance that there may be an irrigation pump house in that location, not quite sure yet what's designed. So, and I will say that there's a strong concern from the police department that we kind of minimize the ability for people to get in behind these lots, where we will have a berm, which will be a 4-foot berm with a 6-foot sound fence. So we'd have to talk to the police about that as well, because they were very interested in finding out what the condition was, because they're always looking to avoid these, spaces where people could go that can't be seen easily from.
You mean on the east side?
Yes.
On the east side, not on the south side?
East
On the
side of the
okay.
right-of-way, yep.
Next to the right-of-way?
Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli?
Is that where the condition A through G, can you kind of take the mouse and sort of show me where it's planned, where staff wants it and what you want to?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, yes, it would be following the north
when you say it's a
boundary.
pathway to nowhere, I mean, if it'll depending upon what 16 ultimately, what happens there, that could go to nowhere.
Yes, I will say that there is a possibility that if Highway 16, instead of going under McMillan, goes over McMillan, there may be a possibility to be able to take the pathway under. But we have no idea. We won't know about that probably until later this year, from what we understand from the consultants that are working on the Highway 16. So.
And Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli?
Other quick questions. So the fire station, that's down in that civic lot. Is that where?
Oops, sorry. Yes, it's right there.
Okay. And the lane that's going to be vacated for the homes that I'm guessing are in the in that right of way.
Yeah, that's right.
How will they then access, where is their access going to come from?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, are you speaking about any existing residents? Is that
Correct. Isn't that what you're saying, that lane is going to be vacated?
Yes, it will be at the time of development, or it could be, I know that there aren't going to be people, when the property closes, those people that are there will be leaving, so that's not a location where there's going to be an existing residence. But it would be the closing of it, if somebody needs to have access from it, obviously, in the interim, obviously, we wouldn't vacate it until it was appropriate to do that.
Okay, thank you. And one final question, if I may. Number of homes in here, there's 400 plus. What's the size of the pool?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, I'd have to ask my client if he can tell me what that is. If I may, I'll ask him right now.
Yes, please. If he would actually come forward and speak into the microphone for the public record, I'd appreciate it.
Commissioner Sean Brownlee, 9839 West Cable Car Street in Boise. I believe right now it's about a 30 by 60 is what it's planned for. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland?
One of my questions is on the east boundary of the site where you've got a number of homes lined up there. It's always challenging to me when I see a lot of homes that are backed up to where a future highway is going to be. I know you've got some notes on here about there's going to be a concrete sound wall, there's going to be, it looks like some trees and shrubbery, but can you talk a little bit about the maintenance to some of that? How will it be maintained if it's on that kind of roadway? What that buffer will look like?
Yes. I don't have it in my PowerPoint, but Sonia had an exhibit of what that would look like. But the way that it'll be maintained by the homeowners association. So up until the point where it actually will be ITD right of way. So in the interim, before ITD develops, purchases the property and the houses leave, it'll be farmed as it is today. So the area on the east side of the berm will look as it is today, and then we will maintain the berm and the sound wall. So it'll be attractive. So it's 10 feet in height.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
Do you have an understanding of, and maybe this is for Sonia too, is this the elevated portion of Highway 16 right there? So there's going to be a further above these houses, or do you know?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, currently the plan is Highway 16 is at grade, and McMillan is an overpass.
Okay. There's an overpass there, okay. So I guess I'm concerned about, so the reason for the pathway not, if it's not above it, why is there a problem connecting it to McDermott? Or down to, or at least the time being?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, well, it's the pathway would come out to McDermott following the 5 Mile Creek, which is, there's no crosswalk, there's no crossing of any kind. And I believe that traffic is going probably at least 40 miles an hour. So we just think it's unsafe, and in the long run, not practical at all.
So to follow up on that, that would not connect to any other current sidewalks on McMillan, because that's not developed on that side. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Madam Chairman, there are no sidewalks on McDermott. Was the question McDermott?
Yes.
on
There's no current side. It wouldn't connect to any other sidewalks on McDermott if it was built out currently. Okay. Is there going to be a light system for where the fire trucks come out from the civic lot? And is there going to be any kind of stoplight put there? Can you chat with us about that?
Madam Chairman, I don't think that there's been a discussion yet about that. I'm sure that'll come up in in terms of a site plan that the fire department will propose. So I've been in a few conversations and we've never discussed that. I'm not saying it's not a possibility, it just hasn't been discussed.
I was just wondering about that in relationship to the mid-mile and whether there'll be a light there at some point, so.
Madam Chairman, there would not be a signal, an ACHD signal, no. It wouldn't meet their standards for signalized intersections. So it would be a special light for the fire department where they could stop traffic so that they could get out on the road.
Right, right. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask staff real quick a question?
Yes.
Sonia, looking at an aerial on this thing, is there a pathway that runs through the Oaks? Because there appears to be one all the way through to McDermott.
Yes, there is. It goes along the north side of the creek, I believe, as well.
So do we have any understanding of a pathway concept or a crossing or underneath the road from ITD?
Sorry.
Do we have an understanding of, I mean, this is a long ways off in design requirements, but of an underpass or a connection of some kind or a light or anything? Because it's a highway, so I'm sure there's not going to be any way of getting there unless there was an underpass or an overpass or something like that to be there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Parks has that in their plans at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone signed up to testify?
Have you, Joe Yoakum is the first one? Joe Yoakum is the first person?
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Joe Yoakum, 1303 East Central Drive, Meridian, Idaho, 83642, and I'm here representing West Ada School District. So West Ada School District supports the Gander Creek application and recommends Planning and Zoning approve this evening for the following reasons. First reason is safety. A residential community adjacent to the high school and future elementary school will allow students and teachers who live in close proximity to have the option to walk or bike to school. The creation of the 10-foot pathway on the collector through the community and the 10-foot sidewalk on McMillan Road will provide a safe route to school for students in Gander Creek and east of McDermott Road. Another reason is there will be a significant financial benefit to West Ada School District and the public as a result of Trilogy paying the cost of extending the new collector road north to McMillan Road. Through an agreement with West Ada School District, Trilogy has agreed to do this upon annexation and prior to the opening of Owyhee High School in August of 2021. The City Council has conditioned the new collector connecting Ustick and McMillan to be open prior to West Ada School District receiving a certificate of occupancy for the new high school. Approval of the Gander Creek application will allow bond funds approved by the taxpayers of Meridian to be used for the school facility and grounds rather than the extension of the new collector. And finally, approval of the annexation will provide a 4-acre site for the Meridian Fire Department. This will place an important public service next to school property and advances the development of the facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Who do we have next?
We have David Bailey.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. My name is David Bailey. I'm with Bailey Engineering. Office address is 4242 North Brookside Lane in Boise. And I am the project engineer for the project, so I won't take too much of your time, but I wanted to just come up and say that our firm has worked on the sewer for this project and has, the information associated with that. We're in agreement with the utility comments of the Public Works Department and can meet all those conditions for the project. Highway 16, we've worked on the berms and the vertical and the information associated with preserving the right-of-way and the layout for the Highway 16 extension and try to keep track and keep up with what's going on with that as we go through the project. We've done the preliminary engineering on the streets and drainage within the project, and that includes the McCrossin collector on the west side of the property. We've done a preliminary flood study on the 5 Mile Creek, so we understand where the floodplain is going to end up on that and what the conditions are and what it's going to take to cross the creek at both McCrossin and the mid-mile collector. So we understand that I guess the concept is it's our job to make sure that we can build the project that we're presenting to you tonight. I guess I'd throw out there is on the berm and the fence, as I heard that question earlier, is that we've done several profiles, cross sections through that area, and we made that buffer there large enough that we could show that we could do with the plan for the Highway 16 at grade, that we can meet your requirement to be 12 feet above the fence, and the berm would be 12 feet above the center line of the future road out there. So that's the way this is designed at this point, is to be able to accommodate that buffer. If it ends up higher, that we're gonna have to look at your code and the conditions associated with that and make sure that we can meet the requirements of the city in that area. So with that, I'd stand for any questions you have on those topics.
Any questions for Mr. Bailey?
Thank you.
Kevin Amar.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Amar. Address is 1548 West Cayuse Creek Drive in Meridian. I am here representing Biltmore Company, one of the builders that will be in this community. And I wanted to explain a little bit why we want to be in this community and what we think it represents for us and for our values of building. We build more of a move-up type product, from the mid-threes to the $700,000 range, and we try to focus on projects that are similar to this one. They aren't a subdivision. We try not to be in subdivisions. We really want to be in a community. We want to be in places that have pools and common areas and pathways and a diversity of home types, and something that our clients, the people that come to us and build with, that they are looking for, rather than just a place to live. They really have a sense of community and a sense of ownership within that community, and we feel that Gander Creek will provide this. Obviously, it's in a growing area. It's right next to the high school, which is also beneficial, but we are in, if you're familiar with other subdivisions, Reflection Ridge, Hillsdale Creek, Spurwing Heights, really, really quality developments in the area, and we're in them also with Tresidio and Berkeley, other builders that are on this team, and we really work well together, and we're all excited about this project. Especially with a lot of the landscaping and things that are to come. We have been building for a while now adjacent to public highways because they're everywhere. And so we have to build adjacent to them. And with the design that's happened in the past, with the walls and the berming and the landscaping, our clients and the people that move in really don't have, many of them like the fact that they don't have anyone directly behind them. Yes, there's cars behind them, but that additional mitigation for sound decreases any of the concerns they have with the cars going by, especially at the speeds that they're going by. So Gander Creek for us represents, we're in Bridge Tower West, just down the road. And we're happy with Bridge Tower West, but it is rapidly developing. And we will be out a lot soon. And this represents our next step, that we'll be able to provide more homes in an area and for people that are moving to this area that really like this type of product. So we're in favor of it, and we would request your recommendation of approval this evening. And with that, I'll stand within for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Amar?
I'm sure.
Commissioner Casanelli?
How many builder teams are in this
There's
project?
3 in this project that I'm aware of. Like I said, Berkeley Building Company, Tresidio Homes, and ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else signed up? Is there anyone else here this evening to testify on this application? Please come forward.
I'm David McKinney. I live at 1225 West Bacall Street in Meridian. I do not live immediately adjacent to this site, so my interest isn't personal, but really I have a couple of comments in the interest of good development for the city. In general, I think this is a good development, and I think it will be a good addition to the city, but I have 2 primary concerns. The first, we've sort of been talking about the buffering between the development on the east side, adjacent to where Highway 16 is going in. The plans call for a 4-foot berm and a 6-foot wall. This is going to be a high-speed arterial highway. and it'll likely produce more noise than Chinden Boulevard does. And I noticed that developments along Chinden are putting in much, much larger buffering between the highway. I think Pollard subdivision that we just spoke about earlier has a 20 or 25-foot berm. If not them, it's one immediately to the east. A very large landscape berm that's going to help block out noise from the highway. The trouble is, if we build a lot of homes that are very close to a noisy arterial highway, we run the risk of the immediately adjacent homes kind of suffering in terms of property values and interest, and introducing, at least to some extent, some blight perhaps down the line. Another issue is that even though the highway may be designed by the time those homes are built, the highway won't actually be built. So the homeowners moving in won't actually know exactly what they're getting. I think we need to be a little bit more proactive from the standpoint of this commission to require additional buffering there against the Highway 16. Second concern has to do with green belts and bike paths. I like them, it's good. I'm not sure we've gone far enough with this development. This portion of Meridian, we have the opportunity, the city has an opportunity to really create something really great, rather than just the sort of standard subdivision and strip mall type development that we've sort of been, the pattern that's been followed for the last 20 years. If the bike path and walking path emphasis or capacity is emphasized more in this subdivision, it will really go further toward making this a true community, because this entire region, the 4 square miles that meet at the junction of McMillan and Star Road, this is the region that's going to be developed. Property owners, lots of them are interested, and developers are interested. If we do this the right way, it can become a community that's walkable rather than just strip malls. And to do that, 2 concerns. One is a 5-foot sidewalk is not adequate to be both a bike and pedestrian access way. Even 10 feet is marginal if it's going to be both bicyclists and pedestrians. Additionally, there are areas where additional paths, and we've discussed some of them, but I would like the commission to ask the developer to push a little bit further in that direction. For example, if we look at this plan right here, you've got north-south connection from the northern part of the subdivision down to the south, but then it sort of peters out. You don't have any clear pathways going straight from the north to the south and connecting into the school. Instead, it meanders and it's roundabout and so on. If we could have a more direct north-south connection for bicyclists and pedestrians, that will further enhance connectivity to the school property. Likewise, the east-west connection, again, there is some uncertainty about what's going to happen with Highway 16, but if there is a pathway going through the Oaks subdivision to the east, it would make sense to connect along 5 Mile Creek to the Oaks subdivision to the east and work out the details with ITD about how that connectivity can be maintained with Highway 16. In any case, I would just like to encourage the commission to give a little more attention to that, to take something here that is pretty good, we can make it better, and it doesn't necessarily put a huge burden on the developer to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify this evening? Please come forward.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Mark Niemeyer, Fire Chief, Meridian Fire Department. I apologize for not signing up. I'm not used to this, evidently. So, certainly not here to testify for or against this development. That's not my job. But to inform you as commissioners as well as the public about the conversations we have had with the developer and the future fire station site. We have a citywide master plan, and what we do is plot future general locations of fire stations that we think are going to be needed based on growth projections. We knew about the school district and their plans to look to develop there. We knew about Highway 16 and the planned expansion there. Certainly the commercial development on 2026 that we know is going to occur. And looking at the city's area of impact, that 4 square miles that we're talking about between Canada, McDermott, and then Highway 2026 in Ustick, There's also an LP gas plant there that eventually, someday, as was alluded to, will become our jurisdiction to protect. Right now, that 4 square miles is protected by the Star Fire District. The chief and I, 5 years ago, had conversations about the future development in this area and what's going to occur, so we're on the same page with that. As part of that planning process, when they went to community development, they then engaged us to talk about a potential future fire station in this area. For us, this is a very good fit, and I'll just give you a few reasons why. One is this is not on a main arterial road. We try to avoid that if we can. Sometimes we can't. You know, Station 6 on Overland Road is being built currently. That's going to be on a main arterial that will be lighted to give us access. This is on a half mile, which is a very good place for us to be. Gives us very quick access to both McMillan and Ustick. As was alluded to, Ustick is going to be a connection onto the future Highway 16 expansion. McMillan will get us over that Highway 16 to provide service to the Oaks and the other developments going on. We like being next to schools. If we can, we work with the school district as far as future site locations. We also work with our parks department. So as we talked about this development, potentially with the developer, we also talked about pathways. That's not really our area, that's the parks department's area, but making sure that pathways and with the proposed fire station where those pathways are. To answer your question, Madam Chairman, we would have a light out there. That's our obligation. We work with ACHD. It's a traffic control light that when we do go out on a call, you'll see those at our current fire stations. They're over the roadway. The lights flash so that people know we're coming out. Some of the emerging technology that we'll look at certainly with this development, with the elementary school and the high school just to the south of us, there's emerging technology that you can put lighting in the sidewalks. So when we hit the button to activate the light in the street, the sidewalk actually lights up as well. So the kids, if there are kids in the area, they see that as well. We don't hit children. We're in the business of saving lives. So we do 12 hours of defensive driving a year as part of our training requirements. I had a great question from just the previous speaker about the size of the lot. Our current fire station lots are typically, what we try and do is 2 to 2.5 acres. Some of them are smaller. The one on 10 Mile is a half acre, which is really, really tiny for us. That was prior to my time. This is actually about 4 acres. The property that we also have committed already to and bought through the fire district out south on Lake Hazel that'll tie into the 77-acre regional park that you may know about between Locust Grove and Eagle. That's another 4-acre lot as well. The reason we're looking at 4 acres for these lots is that they're at the far edge of our district, the response boundaries. And so we have additional space to put some training props to do manipulative firefighting skills, whereas the other stations that we have more towards the core of the city can come to our training facility and actually do those hands-on trainings. These are stations that we want to keep them out there in service, and so we have the additional space to do some of those required manipulative hands-on training skills. So I don't know if that's my 3 minutes or not, but tried to stay under it, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being here. We always will welcome our first responders, our police department, our fire department to come and speak in front of us. It's very helpful as we make these decisions, just so you know. I am not familiar at all with any noise mitigation requirements that would occur next to a residential area. Can you speak to us about that, please?
Yeah, when we go to build a fire station, we hold several public community meetings to talk about that very thing, how much noise. A lot of folks are worried about sirens and the noise of sirens. I can tell you, in the middle of the night when we pull out of a station like this and we're going to a call, we do our best to keep the sirens off because we know we're going through a residential area. We hit those sirens on when we hit the main arterials. We do our best to do that. We do every morning, we check our equipment out. So yes, we start chainsaws and make sure the equipment's running for the day. But we do work with the homeowners around the area to ensure proper fencing, proper noise barriers. We have very good relationships with the neighbors around our other stations. I can tell you some of our stations were literally at almost the back door of the people behind us, and we've had very good relationships with them. That's a big part of what we do. We want to make sure we're good neighbors. In an area like this, we'll probably build a design of this fire station conducive to more the residential feel in the area, as opposed to our Overland station. Once it gets fully built and you take a look at it, it's going to have more of a commercial feel to it because that's the neighbors that we have there. So we certainly will have several public hearings where we can answer all those questions for the neighbors as we continue on through the process.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli.
And again, thank you especially for staying late.
I'm used to it. So is my wife.
You mentioned earlier on the previous hearing that you didn't know which was going to come first, the one to the
Yep.
south or the one to
Yep.
the north. Currently, you're stating here that you're below your target reliability, your target response, I think. Is that correct? Are you still good from Station 5 out to here? And when do you foresee this?
Yeah, the
Any
great
idea of
question
when this might come
I've learned the
online?
hard way not to give too much information on dates, because if things change, then it's a headline in the news. So all I can say is we have two properties that I alluded to earlier in my testimony on this project. One is in the south, one is in this northwest corner. Certainly the growth currently and what's projected for the growth in this area is rapidly occurring. And so I can't say for certainty it's going to be the south or the northwest corner, which one comes first. It's all about development and how fast that development occurs. But with the high school going in, with the commercial growth on Highway 2026, and the residential growth here, as I alluded to in earlier testimony, residential growth really drives our priority of fire stations. What I can tell you is both of those stations are in our 10-year capital improvement plan. Now, whether those happen in the next 10 years is dependent upon funding and revenue and budgets and all that. But we do have planned for us internally both of these stations to occur within the next 10 years if funding allows. Hopefully I answered that question, didn't sound too political.
I guess to follow up, what is your, because I got a real good comfort level of your response on the Pollard subdivision. But from here, I mean, you're coming from, I think, Station 5, right, on 10 Mile, is that?
This actually would, yes, Station 2 on 10 Mile.
Oh, that's 2, okay.
And so, similar testimony that I had with the school district when we heard that, we can get to this location within the time frame that we're looking to get to it.
So you're comfortable with the response time there? Okay, thank you.
Certainly this station will help that whole area.
Sure.
Without a doubt.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there's no one else to testify, would the applicant please come forward? Any other additional comments you would like to make, or any questions that you'd like to address?
Madam Chairman, no, there really isn't, other than to say that we've done our best to craft a thoughtfully planned community here. So we're proud of the plan, and so we look for your recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for the applicant from the commissioners?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Casanelli?
I previously asked about the pool size. I want to make sure it's something, I live in a subdivision where we have a pool for about the same number of homes, and it is inadequate. But parking at the pool, I noticed this, the positioning of the pool is definitely on one end. It is not centrally located. You're going to have a lot of people drive into the pool. Say if they have to go more than 3 blocks, they're going to drive. What's the parking at that? And is there also a clubhouse or anything there that's going to require more parking?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, I also live in a community that has a pool, and I would say, since I live right across the street from it, there are over 400 houses that are serviced by that pool. There are no more than a few cars that are ever there for people that are showing up to utilize the pool with their kids. Most everybody walks. The kids are pulled in wagons. It's really remarkable to see. And there's no parking. It's just street parking. There's no specific parking lot. There are a few spaces. I mean, we haven't, we've just conceptually planned this. We haven't really analyzed in detail. It's not a detailed landscape plan. So I think, we're pretty comfortable with what the situation is.
Would you mind addressing some comments that were made regarding the 5-foot pathways being enough space for bikes and walking and pedestrians, and the connectivity from north to south and east to west?
Madam Chairman, yes. Well, first of all, the 5-foot pathway, it's a 5-foot sidewalk. That's the standard ECHD sidewalk, and that's just typical of most new developments. The pathway is 10 feet, And yes, there are some people who think that 12 feet is better for a two-way, pathway. But 10 feet it works quite well, and I've done quite a few of those. So we're not too concerned about the width of that pathway. The fact that it's detached from the road is a great advantage too, because people get very uncomfortable if your pathway is right next to the curb. So this is a better situation. Yes, go ahead.
I'm Sonia DeLeiden with Kittleson and Associates, 101 South Capitol Boulevard, Suite 600 in Boise. And I was the transportation engineer and planner who prepared the transportation study for this project. And I just wanted to add to the width of the sidewalk and the comment. So related to the sidewalks against the street, yes, they're 5 feet ACHD standard. The other thing I wanted to note is they are not intended to be used by bicycles. On the mid-mile collector, that will also be designed to ACHD standard, so it will also have a 6-foot bike lane on the mid-mile collector as well, where bike traffic will be intended to use. Obviously, with younger school children, sometimes they would like to ride on the sidewalk. But again, that's what the intended connection, if you can see, it's working, yeah. In the middle of the subdivision to go to the elementary school, the intent is for younger children to not have to go on the adjacent road. So just wanted to add some clarification that we're not intending to put bikes and pedestrians in that 5-foot width. Where they are joined will be a 10-foot pathway, which is considered acceptable for that mixed use of pedestrian and bicycle travel.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, you were asking about the connectivity?
Yes, there was a comment made regarding the pathways being a little bit broken up and the flow not being as ideal as it could be.
Well, we have two sections, which, should we just talk about the north section? As I say, in this illustration, we've attempted to identify what would be the logical walking path for people to be able to get to the, to get to the park. So I think we've done a good job of creating easy connectivity, detached sidewalks that, make it comfortable and easy to get to. The east-west connection, there might be a chance from in the south end here to be able to do a, oops, sorry. Okay, do maybe a connection right here, which would improve things and remove that jog. As far as this connection, yes, it is a bit indirect to be able to get down here, and maybe there's something that we can look at in the way of realigning things to be able to do that. I know that from a road standpoint, we prefer not to have a continuous road at the quarter mile, which encourages, greater speed. But there may be, from a pathway standpoint, there may be an opportunity here to create a micro path that would provide that pedestrian connectivity. So we could look at that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
One more follow-up question to the pathways, and I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but where that canal runs kind of through the middle, would you be open to doing the pathway in blue that you've defined here, but also continuing it down to meet what the pathway requirement is, and just extending it in case they decide to move that forward?
We've expressed our thoughts on it, but if it's the choice of the commission to recommend that, we understand that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner McCarville.
Sonia, do you have a picture of what the pathways look like on the east side of proposed 16?
Not, no.
That would meet up to that?
Is it up to date?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, if I could just speak on to in regards to the pathway in the Oaks project, because I was the planner that worked on that subdivision. So keep in mind when Highway 16 is built, McDermott Road will become a backage road to Highway 16, so there won't be any connection across there, and that's why when the Oaks came in, we tied that pathway into the sidewalk that was constructed with the Oaks development along McDermott Road. Sonia and I talked about this. We weren't able to get a hold of Kim either and see that made a lot of sense to construct the pathway along that side either, because there are a lot of unknowns at this time. Our code doesn't even require sidewalk along State Highway 16, so we don't even know if we could even tie that into a facility along that roadway. And so staff didn't specifically require a sidewalk along McDermott Road, or at least a pathway like we do along a Chinden Boulevard or Eagle Road. Again, those are things that still have to be worked out. What we could potentially do, again, if this is something that you want as part of the project, you can certainly move forward with the Parks Department's recommendation and extend the pathway, and they can take it up with the City Council and maybe get some more answers with the Parks Department and figure out how we want to terminate that pathway in the future. Sonia and I talked about maybe just turning it back into the development and creating a nice looped pathway system as a recreational amenity for the subdivision. I mean, there's many ways that we can try to solve this problem, but I think at this time we don't have Kim Warren to give us her expert opinion, so it may be best just to move on with a recommendation as she's stated in the staff report and have council take action on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all the questions for the applicant before we close the public hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Holland.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing for Gander Creek H20190013. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Holland.
One thing I wanted to bring up, since Commissioner McCarville and I sit on the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee, we've seen some areas of focus maps around what they're calling kind of the fields area. Looking at the alternative plans that they've kind of put forward for our discussion, they do have this area in there as mixed use, because that was one of my concerns originally, is that they're still kind of looking at what the future use map might look like for this large area, because the city's growing quickly and there's changing ideas on how this area should develop out, especially with the new school. Looking at just what's been proposed and kind of what pathway plans have been presented, I'd feel more comfortable if we if we did modify that request of the applicant, that we might just say they need to work with staff and Parks Department to come up with a plan that matches what the master plan looks like, and that Parks could have some ability to work on that with them to make sure that matches what the whole overall plan looks like. I think it's a beautiful looking rendering that they've put up. It's nice always to see a little bit of visual as kind of how it will look going into a facility. It's going to be a tough area because it's still a little bit further away than I'd like to be from a lot of the services, which is some of the same concerns we had with the school when they came forward, is there's not a lot of amenities for some of these residents yet. But along with growth typically comes some of those amenities too. So I guess there's a double-edged sword there a little bit. Overall, I like the site plan. I think they've done a nice job adding some amenities. I like that they're going to integrate pathways through their development. And I just think they need to work with our Parks Department to figure out what the best solution is for everybody.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner McCarville.
I really like the overall layout and especially the mixed sizes of lots. We haven't seen that for a long time. It's just one box after another, and and they're all tiny. And I think spreading these lots out and making a few bigger allows for, driveways to be farther apart. People just have a little more elbow room. I was noticing that on a lot of on the layout we had, how the smaller lots are just right next to, and bigger lots integrated in between. I like that layout in general.
Speaking to that, we've had some other applications where there's been concerns about additional guest parking in alley-loaded areas and cars getting in the way of trash trucks and things like that. So, yeah, having the variety where the driveways aren't so close together and where there's opportunity for guest parking is exceptionally helpful, I'm sure, to the police and fire departments as well. the other comments?
Madam Chair,
Holland.
one question for staff. In the staff report, it talks about that they need to revise the preliminary plat to break it into 2 different plats. That's not something that we need to see separate. It's really just more of a technicality.
Yes, it is.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Holland.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli?
Trying to find the diagram of the pathways. I agree with what one of the individuals that testified, and it was something I noticed at first. It's very broken up. I would like to see internally a little bit better pathways. I mean, it's almost there. Thanks, Sonia. They're 75% of the way there. It's to me, it's let's make this let's make it a real nice community development. Let's finish off the connectivity internally, and that would be. I would want to see a number put forward for parking. I believe where that pool is located, that there's going to be an issue up there. I especially I mean, there's quite a distance there between the southern edge. People are going to drive to that pool, so I would like to see some number put in there as far as the parking. It looks like there's a parking lot up there, so I would like to require something. Maybe work with staff, figure out what that number needs to be. But again, I would like to, I don't know how we would condition for a little bit more connectivity in the pathway system, but I would like to see that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Olson?
I like the idea that the school district was here this evening, and I'd also like to see this path, the north-south path that allows the kids to not have to make those deviations in some way to connect from that north-south pathway.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli?
I also want to comment on the pathways. Whether they're 5 feet or not, kids are going to ride their bikes on them. I mean, that's a fact. So maybe we need to, if we need to look at widening some of these to put the room in. They're going to stay off of especially McMillan. And I would, the collector, not so much, but definitely McMillan to do something up there. And again, I think that maybe requires that pathway to go to flow to cross McDermott and flow into the Oaks.
If I may, just for the public's benefit, one of the reasons why we so seriously consider the pathways and pedestrian access in these communities is because the goal is to keep the roads more interconnected from development to development, and so that increases our conversations regarding pedestrian safety. And so the pathways in every one of these communities, especially ones this large, are really significantly important, not just for access and ease of the residents, but also for safety, because we are now having, a collector. We'll have a collector street that will be accessing this development and a school, but even in areas where it's not connected directly to a school, as we're seeing roads connect to one another within these developments, and people are increasingly using subdivision streets to get places and not the arterial streets or the collector streets. And it is a conversation that we've had many times on different applications regarding safety for pedestrians when people take shortcuts through the subdivisions. So just for the public's benefit, that's why we have such detailed conversations about the pathways. I'm curious, my fellow commissioners' thoughts on the buffer on the east side and whether that's sufficient. It would be helpful to know whether the highway will be put in at grade or whether it will be an overpass, but we don't have that information at this time. So
we know McMillan's likely going to be at overpass, and there's some kind of angling to allow for that increase in elevation to the northeast east, whether that road comes in straight on elevation that it currently is or not, I think that's remains to be seen. Madam Chair, I may not be able to answer that question, but can I ask Commissioner Casanelli a question?
Absolutely.
So I tend to agree with you on regards to connections going south. I don't want to see a road go straight through there, though. So what is your thoughts? Because I like the road jogs because I don't like speeding here.
Absolutely. I see on the southern portion where the sidewalks, pathways cross the creek there, if you can continue straight through there, or because otherwise you're jogging, you're going.
You're just using the sidewalk.
West. You're going west and then down. They don't even have. There's not a red line there. You got to. I mean, bringing it down to. I can't see street names or anything in there, but
yeah.
But bringing it where it crosses over the creek. Again, I wouldn't want to see the road straight through there either, but a pathway through there.
The middle of that somehow.
Yeah, and I mean it might require reconfiguring some of the lots there to do that, but I think I think the flow personally, and the subdivision I'm in, although I made the comment about the pool and lacking in the size of the pool, one of our strengths in the subdivision I'm in is a phenomenal pathway system where people are just there. We're always walking through everywhere. It's a great feature, from kids on bikes to walking your kids to, especially once the weather gets nice like now. I mean, everybody's out walking through the paths. It's fantastic, and I think it's almost there, but we're not completely connected up. And I would like to see it a little bit more connection there. That north-south on the south side, and maybe even a little east-west up top coming in. Draw it up, I would just take a red line and start.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fitzgerald.
I tend to agree that the north-south going across. I know the red is, they're 5-foot sidewalk like micro paths, and then there's additional sidewalks around the whole neighborhood, obviously, because it's curb gutter sidewalk. But I do agree that there should be something to that middle part to break it up a little bit. And then I don't know if we loop it back into the subdivision, if there's an option, but having a connection point that doesn't have to be rebuilt later to the Oaks in this situation doesn't make any sense to me. I think that giving us an option to be able to build a footbridge, or I don't know what it needs to be, but having all this, miles plus going to the east and not connecting it with another couple hundred yards doesn't make sense to me. So, and if there's an option, only option is to loop it back into the neighborhood, that's fine with me.
Mr. Fitzgerald, are you saying that you'd prefer to leave that requirement in the staff report versus
And let them
modifying
work,
it?
Yeah, let them work with the staff to either come up with a solution to loop it back through that common area right there, or connect it when they can with the Parks Department's direction.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Casanelli.
you had asked about our opinions on that sound buffer. Now's a chance to do it. You can build a bigger berm, requiring it now and putting it in. We're not talking about a huge cost. If you keep the fence a 6-foot fence, you just increase the size of the berm. Again, we don't know what 16 is going to do. If it's elevated at all, you went way too small, and you got a problem there, and you got homes that up against there that aren't desirable at all. So it's unfortunately we don't have the answer from ITD. We don't know what's going to happen with that, but I would rather recommend a little bit more and have a little overkill on that than coming up short. You wanted some thoughts on that. That's what I'm thinking.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Fitzgerald.
Commissioner Castanelli, were you thinking like 8-foot berm, 6-foot berm?
I don't know what's a long Chinden, but when you get long Chinden there, I'm drawing a blank at some of the names of the subdivisions there, but when you get along
Paramount,
Castleberry West,
Castleberry, Spur Wing, and whatnot, what they're running there, I would want to see them at probably that height. I think the fences there are all 6 foot. It's just the berm's higher.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner McCarville,
if there's no other comments, I'd be willing to make the motion.
please do.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to the City Council of file number H-2019-0013 as presented in the staff report in the hearing date of April 18th, 2019, with the following suggestions, that there are larger buffer berms to buffer along the future Highway 16, that the applicant work with staff and parks for better and more complete pathway system and potentially connecting to the Oaks. And also work with staff for appropriate parking around the pool. Did I miss one?
Yes, A1.B.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple other ones that are
Oh, all those, you want the, okay.
on the timing.
Oh, yeah. That A1.B be included as written in the staff report. That the changes as presented in the staff report this evening are okay. A1B, C. I think we addressed the
And
H.
H.
Yeah. That we're recommending that they need to work with that to make that in its future.
Second.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Holland.
one more request we received from the applicant was a waiver for connection to sewer water for the homes remaining on the ITD right-of-way, future right-of-way. Do we need to include that in our motion?
I would be in agreement with that waiver.
The seconder would agree with that too.
Madam Chair, before you vote on the motion, I just want some clarification. We always like the word larger, but we don't know what larger means. So when you say you want a larger buffer around, do you mean you want it 12 feet tall? Do you want it 15 feet tall? Code says 10. So put a number on it. It would help us. And then also we heard you talking about the micropath connection just south of the quarter-mile. Yeah, did you want a micropath connection? Excuse me, I'm right-handed, but I'm using my left hand. Did you want a micropath connection to go through here to have that straight connectivity going through you spent a lot of time discussing it, but I didn't see where you actually required a connection to happen.
Madam Chair, that would be my suggestion, would be somewhere in the reconfiguration of those lots.
Commissioner Fitzgerald, can you read the lot numbers on that? Because I can't.
Yeah, if I want to look at my version.
Maybe that would be helpful. That might give more clarity to the location.
Oh, man. Oh, thank you.
Staff could blow it up and let us know what those lot numbers are.
Well, we certainly can do that for you, but I think the intent is that you want
Right where you're
want it to break up in that block link there between,
Block 4.
yes, that
I think
will
that's
work.
14. The teen in there somewhere.
As long as it's a more direct route, I think that was the intent that the commission was looking for.
That being said, actually, I did want to quickly address the parking spaces. I live in a community with 350 homes, and there are a lot of people that drive to the pool. So I know you had mentioned in the motion parking spaces. Should we clarify an amount of parking spaces we're expecting? Is that helpful, Bill? Or necessary, I should say? Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, if that's something that's important to the commission that you want included, then yeah, certainly. Code's going to only require what the square footage of the structure that they're going to construct on it. So it's 1 per 500 square feet. So if the structure is 500 square feet, code's only going to require one parking stall. So if you want 8 or 10 parking stalls, then include that in your motion, and we'll make sure to capture that with the certificate of zoning compliance application.
By structure, you mean the
Changing
the
room.
changing rooms?
Yes.
Okay.
How many do you want,
Looking at
Bill?
me for a number? I would say probably 8.
And how high do you want the buffer? I think, what'd you say, the regular is 10?
6-foot fence and 4-foot berm is what is proposed, correct?
12 feet.
12?
12-foot berm or 12-foot total?
12-foot total.
Yeah, there'd be some interesting lawn mowing and 12-foot berm.
Okay. It's 12-foot berm and 8 parking spots.
Unfortunately, Commissioner McCarville, would you mind repeating the motions?
Yes, I would.
Madam Chair.
She can just amend it to include those items, right?
Madam Chair, one more comment before we
Commissioner Holland.
go in back into remotioning.
Which Commissioner Holland is going to do?
I'm happy to make an attempt at it. If we do 8 parking stalls, that might affect their open space amenities or calculations a little bit. I don't know if it puts them below what they need to be or if they were already okay, but that's just another consideration. I always hate putting asphalt where you've got green space. And one other comment, I believe that now that, since we've got a motion and a second, we probably have to vote on that before we make a different motion, whether we,
I can retract
I
that second.
withdraw my motion.
any thoughts? Are we still okay with 8 parking stalls? Just leave it there?
What? I threw that number. There's on-street parking right in front there, too.
That's what I was looking at is, I mean, these are, I don't know how wide the streets are exactly, but there might be some on-street parking in that, in the front area with the pathway up there, so maybe 5 or 6.
I'd be okay with that.
Be agreeable? Okay,
I think, yeah, 6 would probably be better.
I agree.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Holland,
if everyone's okay, I'll take an attempt at it.
please do.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to City Council file number H-2019-0013 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of April 18th, 2019 with the following modifications. That we modify number A1B to allow the developer to construct the mid-mile collector street from McMillan to the north boundary of the school property to the south in the timing of the second phase or at the substantial completion of the Y High School, consistent with West Ada School District's construction timeline, and that the applicant would submit a letter of intent from the school district for that timeline that's consistent with the change. That we'd also modify number A1C to do something similar where the developer would construct the pedestrian walkways along the second phase or the time substantial completion to the Oahe High School, and that they would have that letter that would represent that from the school district. That the applicant would work with our Parks Department to enhance or to establish a plan for the multi-use pathway and where it needs to connect to fit in with the pathways master plan. That we would also add an additional pathway that would connect through block number 4 from the north to the south. That A3.H, that the applicant could construct the sidewalk along McDermott with the last phase of development consistent with ACHD's condition. And that we would create a 12-foot requirement for the berm on the east portion of the boundary of the development. That we would also have a requirement of 6 minimum stalls for the pool area. I think I got it all. Oh, and also that we would allow the waiver for the connection to the sewer water for the homes remaining in the ITD future right-of-way.
Just for clarification on A3.G, are you making a modification to that, or that's what's that is what is in the staff report. Are you modifying that? Or are we leaving it in that they are going to be required to put the pathway in according to the master plan?
My comment would be that they would work with the Parks Department to establish what would make most sense for their future master plan, that they would work with them on that plan.
Okay.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve file number H20190013 with stated modifications. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Can I get one more motion?
Madam Chair?
Oh.
Sorry, before we.
Oh, that's right.
Before we adjourn this evening, I just want to remind the commission that July 4th falls on a Thursday. So we're trying to get our calendars organized so that to determine whether or not we can cancel that meeting or schedule a special meeting. So if you wouldn't mind checking your calendars and giving me some feedback at your earliest convenience so I can work with the clerk's office and we can make sure that we don't create too big of a window between our Planning and Zoning Commission hearings. We can either do July 3rd as a special meeting or push it to the next week and then do back-to-back P&Z hearings in July. I'll leave it up to you to communicate that to me via email by the end of next week, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
So you don't need a decision from us this evening? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Holland?
I move we close the public hearing for, I don't remember the date, April 18th, 2019.
Second.
That mean adjournment?
Adjourn, sorry.
Oh.
It's getting too late. I
Second.
move we adjourn the
Prior to us voting.
Planning and Zoning Commission meeting.
I apologize. Prior to us voting, let me clarify. When I was stating the vote for the last application, I had stated that the date was April 4th. It is April 18th, so just give that clarification. Okay, so all those in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Can we also adjourn?
Yeah.
We can adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we can adjourn.
Adios.
We're all too tired.
Oh.
We're all gone. Luke.
Oh, well, wait till next time. Big whoop. No.
That makes me feel worse.
Yeah.
They start talking about food. Like, oh Lord, that's gonna be long. I get her. I had a late on these meetings. I just do late lunch.
Yeah. I didn't even have lunch either. I had a site inspection that went totally off time. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Is there a beef feeling? Congratulations, my friend. Running side for you. It's awesome. You're not even nearby. Yeah.
See you tomorrow. Oh, yeah. See you tomorrow at 4:30? Yes. Okay. I just wanted, just curious your feedback. Very interesting mistakes I made. You all have seen my floods as I start my presentation.
We watched this in a couple.
That's what gave me confidence to do it. Yeah, well, I forgot that part. I had to take my own stuff at the end, and I was like, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I always regret it when I do that. They never have enough employees, and you get stuck in the cabin. TJ Maxx.
I apologize. I guess I made a slight breach protocol. I didn't know I was supposed to.
Oh, no, it's fine. There's no official protocol about it. If we wanted to talk to you, I would have called you back up. But I read everybody's like nonverbal communication, and if they're getting ready to say something, I probably would have called them. I know that they would have asked me to go back. But let me just say that, I don't know if you're the official representative for the school district, but we have really appreciated when the district comes and shares their thoughts on everything. And I actually was talking with Commissioner Olson recently because this particular commission has really wanted to take the district's thoughts into account on these applications where we're getting really dense housing in some of the square miles that we have, especially like under McMillan, that area. And a lot of times, if we get a letter from the school district, it's very general, like this is how many students are enrolled, this is how many spaces there are, this is the shortage, and that's all the information we get. And what's really helpful, if you wouldn't mind passing this on, I don't know again if that's your role per se, maybe it's something that the board has to decide, is if you could get some additional information about what is anticipated as far as expansion, if there is any, and maybe what the timeline is or what the budgeting would allow for, that would be super helpful because we are consistently getting the public coming in and saying, listen, we think the application is fine, we think the development's fine, but our schools are so overpopulated and they tell us personal things about what's happening with their children, and we don't really have a way to either respond to them and or direct them to a place to get an answer about it, because we don't hear from the district. So would you mind passing that on? Who could I? Okay. What Commissioner Olson had communicated, no, we get the letters, but they're just really, it's almost the same letter every single time, which says, here's how many kids are in Rocky, here's how many kids are in Sawtooth, here's how much we have space for, this is how much we're lacking, and it just gives like student populations, and it doesn't give us any indication of what the district is working towards to remediate some of that, or if somebody were to, even if there were to be a letter, not necessarily they have to come and testify every time, but if there was to be a letter to say, with this many more households, this is what we anticipate. Sometimes it says, we anticipate so many children per household for this type of development, let's say. Maybe there's usually fewer children for apartments than there is for single family, okay? But as commissioners, since this is not what we do every day, to help us understand, are there plans in the works for expansions on any of the schools? What are the timelines that look like, or are there not? And so then when people say, hey, I don't want this development because there's no space for kids, and the school says, okay, we're planning on putting in, Mountain View is 16 classrooms, are those classrooms because of growth, or are they because of new programs the school is putting in? Maybe they're adding classrooms because there's more space for additional population. That kind of thing help. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not going to assume that because the school's expanding that it's because there is additional room for students. It could be any number of reasons that they're expanding. The only time we ever hear from the district about expansions is when they actually put an application in for an expansion. But if there are just getting to be areas that are so dense with students that we don't really have a way to gauge whether an application, a residential application is going to negatively affect the district, unless the district actually tells us. And most of the time we get the same letter every single time, especially if it's in Northwest Maryland. The same letter every time, which just says this is how many students are on, this is how much we have for, we don't. That's all we receive.
So remind me, what is the name of the city council? Miriam?
Jensen Smiley?
Yes.
Yes.
So she made a comment about 6 months ago. About some.
Yeah.
And so after that, we have altered that with the letter that we sent. And so we have started recommending denial of applications.
Okay, which we appreciate.
Particularly it's like the Hillsdale,
Right.
Rocky Mountain, Heritage. So my assistant, she writes it. And so we had a meeting with the city council 2 months ago. And so we're putting the schools that are impacted, enrollments, capacity, and then also mentioning future, like for example, with Rocky, we know part of Rocky is going to go over to
because I'm sure they still need to redistrict, or they still need to draw those lines. We don't know exactly how many students that'll take for Waukee. But you could say, hey, this is how many we like to go to Hawaii, you know. And
The thing about Rocky Mountain is we can't. We have to
Right.
consistent. The building's okay with all portables, parking is the best.
I have a high schooler.
Yeah,
No, at Meridian, and so he's gone through 4 years of construction
Right.
with parking issues and whatnot.
Now, it's actually working on it.
Yeah, right, and he's graduating.
You know.
No, but so that's really helpful for us to, you know, if the district were to say, hey, we expect that of 300 new homes in this development, that there'll be 600 children that are, you know, overall, maybe 300 will go to elementary and 150 will go to, you know, whatever you sort of use. I imagine you have some sort of gauge or estimate for how many will come out of the development. And then you say to us, on top of that, okay, we think 300 of these children will be in the elementary school, but our capacity is in this, and so we recommend denial because this is how many it will leave us short. Just a little more clarification, instead of assuming that we're gonna take away from the basic numbers what your conclusion is. Because I appreciate the numbers, but it doesn't necessarily give us a clear conclusion of what the district is hoping will happen, or if you recommend denial, why? So that when people when we have the public hearing, they know that the district has.
Oh, sure.
Because we've also received complaint from the public, because a lot of times people do come in and read the notes in the, you know, on the city website. The applicants are getting, or not the applicants, the public are getting a lot more savvy about going in and reading everything before they come to the hearing and knowing what everyone says. And so it's not uncommon for them to print things off and bring them with them and say, you know, this is what the police department said, what the fire department said. So if they have something they can review, it cuts down on, you know, these long meetings for one regarding overpopulation. And then also gives I think it's just good for the community to know that the district is paying attention. Because we've had a lot of comments about, does the district even know that this application's here, and does it, you know? And so, and to be fair, Commissioner Olson had mentioned, he used to be on the school board, and he mentioned that in the past, the board, and I know the board has changed, a lot of turnover in the school board, for good reason. Wasn't against it at all. But in the past, I guess there's been and maybe it's come from council and not from the commission, but there's been this idea that the commission's gonna do what they wanna do, and the council's gonna do what they wanna do, and there really isn't they don't care what the school district has to say about it. And I apologize not that I was the one that gave that impression, but if the commission or the council has given the school district that impression before, such that they don't feel there's a need to respond to the applications, I think that's really unfortunate. I really do, because I can tell you this commission takes the school district responsibility very seriously, just like the fire department.
Like I said, I think this field's
And my hope and goal, I'm actually running for city council this year. My hope and goal is to increase that desire and awareness on city councils. We're gonna have 3 new council people this year. It's gonna literally, a new mayor and 3 new council people. It's gonna look like an entirely different city council. And so, one of the conversations I've had with the mayor is, I'm running for Genesis Miles, actually.
5, 10, 30
The one thing obviously with the commercial development, like
Is wanting to increase.
anything that's on
Some
Eagle
people
Road or
it's not
something,
professional,
if they do get
but
tired,
just wanting to increase a higher level
all
of
of a sudden
awareness
you've got a,
and
50% vacancy.
professionalism within the council, and that means including.
Developers come in, I mean, they'll come in and bulldoze stuff and redo it, it's, you know.
You know, any.
You don't see that with subdivisions, you know, what happens is, you know, people don't like this, all of a sudden, you know, this part of town over here, it
Planners know
becomes,
that they're.
everybody wants to move out.
Yeah,
It
more
becomes-
rental property,
Yep.
police department,
less
and any
maintenance,
other,
it starts looking tired, and
organization that wants to come,
Yep.
because.
and that's the one thing.
The more, you know, our job
You've
is
got a
to take
major
some of the
highway
load off
right
the
past
council,
your
because their
bedroom
meetings get
window.
longer and longer and longer.
That's one of the big
And,
things that pushes people out.
And so our goal is to address as much as we can here before it ever gets to council, which has been hard for us. We usually feel like we have one arm behind our back.
Yeah, so, and it's tough,
Very
you
good
know, what do you do, you wait for, I mean, ideally.
So, that is a very long explanation. Thank you for being here so late.
No problem.
But I appreciate you listening to me, and my heart is to really take the school district into account, because it is significant, and there's safety issues, and there are.
There's pockets.
What are they gonna have, 25 million or something?
You know, the expansion we're putting on Mountain View, what we will accomplish by doing that, will basically.
Developers are footing the bill, yeah.
Good.
Right,
building.
Right.
in their village and so
That
on.
encompasses that.
And my office,
Sadly,
I
it's
just
kind of a
moved
cookie-cutter
companies last year, but my
approach,
office was
not
right there,
continuous all the way.
literally, like right there where the parking lot is on Millennium.
That's the- well,
And
that-
there's
you know,
like a,
well, you still
like
look
a
at
council
all the-
office or
like,
something right there, and
Yeah, I
then
know.
like the kids that would come through and walk through the park, I mean, there just was safety issues
State.
constantly.
It's all
The
because,
access
it's
to
all
mountain.
because population
It's
density
horrible.
causes these problems.
I mean, I saw it
No matter
firsthand,
how
people
much
was getting
open
hit, I
space
mean,
you have
every
around
single
you,
day,
if
you know.
got
Don't stop a human being for coffee at about 7:30.
traffic.
Yeah, and so I appreciate that, you know, that they are, I mean, I don't know that, I think more people are probably coming in on,
Vehicle trips.
what's that street that goes off of Locust Road there, and it starts to be.
Another thing too.
Yeah,
I'm not
Huffman.
sure why the Rockland Collector Road they're building.
I don't know, but, I mean, but now there is the, now there's the, storage units, and people aren't gonna be cutting through to get to.
You know, this building's gonna
Chevron.
split. I drove out there today and I noticed, you know,
It is.
that wall.
Drive around
It's gonna be more.
all the places
Get
around
out.
the bike paths and think about how often you see.
We could
people
use one more entrance to Mountain View. There was a way we could
riding,
get
you know,
access.
a foot and a half from
somehow.
heavy trucks and stuff that's going
Well,
on.
that's why they do the heat.
Like off of,
The logistic
Wells.
Just
Wells
through a
Memorial
High
parking
School
lot.
and
Along,
Subdivisions over there.
yeah, there's some
I'm just-
apartments, if you head south,
Okay.
there's some apartments right there, but then that whole other area is just blank right now.
Yeah.
And that would be a great place to re-access.
It's kind of a
And
weird
along,
It
but
is.
along Meridian Road,
site if you were to look at it. I mean, it looks
going
like
up towards
Heritage.
Seventh Park
it kind of
and
goes in there, that's what
Heritage.
the schools have laid out.
Those are just 5-foot sidewalks.
Yeah.
And the kids
But
all
that's
ride
where
on
the
the
kids
sidewalk.
ride on.
Unfortunately, we didn't put
Yeah,
it
because they
in
don't want,
the most
they
parking
don't want to be
spots
out there
in
next to the
high
traffic.
Mhm.
Because
Yes.
Well, I get it.
That's
You know,
nice.
and out and-
That's nice.
You know, the
And then
process
why
of widening
would
there.
1200 when it's all
But,
built out?
my
So,
kids,
okay.
It'll be
their bus stop is
About-
out at
so,
Tinder.
That being said, I would imagine that the bike is gonna be
Well,
pretty close
every
to almost
morning,
entirely
I'm
full by the
getting
time
to
it gets
get
built.
for a bus
You
stop.
know,
So 1800 students
My
seems
kids
very
Riding
small.
bikes.
Eric
through
hasn't
the
started
sidewalk.
the back committee for that yet, so.
And they will continue to do that. It's a 5-foot, it's a standard 5-foot sidewalk. They're gonna continue to ride it. And I would tell my kids, that's
Unless you
well,
put.
And that's-
And that's-
Bike lane, number one, it's wide enough, and number
Well-
two, it has some kind of.
But you guys have your
separation
formula, I don't know how you
So
decide on
we
it.
say
You have a class 1 bike lane.
So with
Kids
elementary
will use that.
schools, we say.
That gives them a feeling of
Yeah.
safety.
But
Once it's wide enough,
it's more
number
like
two, it has
Yeah.
a curb
Because you
or
have to
something
use
that
that
separates
number
it from the traffic.
to get to that.
And that isn't
I would
just
probably
safety
still,
times
like,
for the
young
staff,
kids,
but counselors.
young kids, I
25
would,
students
my young kids, I would still tell them, ride on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Because even that,
So we say, middle school is 1,000.
they can
High
wander,
school,
you know, they look at
That's
the,
true.
look at the
So
scroll,
that's-
the trees hit the curb, and they'll fly
Nice
into
to have some
traffic.
grass.
Yeah.
Land on it.
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, I can see them launching themselves into traffic.
And that's why a set of dedicated bike and pedestrian paths that aren't next to streets, that weave in between, you know,
Yeah.
houses
Okay.
and so
In the high
on.
schools, we need easily 2,000.
If they provide direct connection, that's the other thing about pedestrians and bicyclists. They don't have
So
a
is there
direct
gonna be,
route.
just out of curiosity,
They
about
won't take a roundabout way because
No,
it's so
they're
much
gonna-
extra
I
energy.
would guess that
They
there
wanna
would
go
be a
direct.
higher
And if
number of
you've got
students
direct
out that
paths,
way that
usually
want to do
you
like
have
type
a-
of vocational programs. Is that gonna be a
We'll
focus?
still find a way through.
So we
Right.
did
Right.
redesign.
And I think we build a neighborhood like that,
So
and people
we're
would
basically
rather
going
have
Ridgeview.
use that path
We
than
like Ridgeview's
shortcut
design,
through.
but we
And
took
when
it
the high school
that-
and elementary school, you
changed
could have
some
huge
uses
uses
to Sigourney.
Oh, yeah.
And so we did add some CTE.
All right.
All right.
Hey,
More than usual.
nice
Like
job.
officially welding, YE, small engine, so there'll be, I think there's 7 or 8 classrooms.
Okay.
Dedicated to CTE programs, just because our numbers are just
Yeah.
huge in
I know,
CTE.
my son's one of them.
That would be awesome. And you know, and we know we need a future CTE center, so.
Any class that he can take that is not sitting there and doing, and staring at a chalkboard, he is like, he's taking the welding classes, engineering class, anything he gets hands on
That's
at
awesome.
Meridian. And I love that he has that option. He's doing a law enforcement class right now out at Renaissance.
Okay.
So, I think that the more the schools do those programs, the better.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
I think I had art and wood shop when I was in high school, and that was kind of the
Right?
extent of it, yeah.
Thank you very much
Okay, you're welcome.
for
Nice to
coming.
meet with you.
So Bill, let me know, I'm not sure what's what's gonna sway you one way or the other, but, you know, it's in the notes. I'm trying to get us to,
you know, he kind of chuckled like, well, if you don't know why you want to run, and I'm like, no,